Hi everybody, and welcome to MongoDB.local, MongoDB.local.london. My name is Raj Tahim, and I'm the VP for Cloud Partnerships within MongoDB, and I'm joined by Mona Chadha from AWS. Mona, if you want to do a quick intro.
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me. Super excited to be here in London with you at MongoDB.local, and I'm Mona Chadha. I'm Director of Infrastructure ISV Technology Partnerships at AWS, so working across our strategic partners like MongoDB, to really help, build solutions, joint solutions with our customers.
Great. Well, listen, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
In one of our flagship events, and of course the short trip over the pond. It's always good to have you over.
Yep.
So let's start with the big stuff, Mona. So give me the view. Let's start with the big picture. Why do you think the MongoDB and AWS partnership is super strategic, not just for the both of our companies, but also the way that our customers look to build and develop applications?
Yeah, I think especially now, given where we are in technology. So AI is this massive wave that's sort of taking everyone over. And all companies and all customers are really trying to understand, how do I embed that into my applications? Well, guess what? Step number one, you need data management and you need a modern application data platform. And so I think, MongoDB Atlas is very critical solution for our customers, and then having that integrated with AWS is even more critical as customers want to scale globally and have that security and that resiliency all embedded in. So I think, now more than ever, our partnership is super meaningful for our customers. The other area I think where it's super meaningful is that, MongoDB has always been leaning in with us, early on with AWS Marketplace. So having availability of Atlas on AWS Marketplace is super critical, because that's increasingly where a lot of our customers want to buy, want to procure, and they want to find solutions, and solutions that are, number one, integrated with other, AI capabilities. And so the other aspect is that, MongoDB has this really tight integration with, all of our AWS services around AI, as well as our services, like Bedrock, as well as our services that really allow customers to scale. So I think for all those reasons, our customers are, developing, they're modernizing their applications, they're in this digital transformation with us, they're on this journey, and we're trusted partners, right? Both of us, for our enterprise and small to medium-sized customers.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As the market really starts to change, and we're seeing organizations really developing modern application architectures, like our document model is really well suited to doing that with our developer-first approach.
That's right.
I mean, you've already spoken to a degree about some of the services and integrations that we have, and when we think about the heritage and history of our relationship, it's not only from a foundation level services, we also are tied at the hip in terms of really our high level AI services and machine learning services, just SageMaker, Bedrock. And of course, this is all underpinned by your global infrastructure, right? So it makes it a massive partnership for us. What's your view? Would you share a couple of customer stories that you think, are relevant to some of our listeners, right, that really illustrate some of the strengths of our partnership?
I think, the one that, I love to talk about is Novo Nordisk. They're a large pharmaceutical company, and, they implemented Atlas on AWS because they really wanted to get that scale. They were integrated. They're trying to figure out, how do they accelerate their drug development? How do they actually accelerate how they're compliant? And so as a result, by implementing Atlas on AWS and specifically leveraging Bedrock, so having the availability and the flexibility of different models, they were really able to accelerate their drug development and the compliance that they need within that, from 12 weeks to literally days. And can you imagine that? That is just such a massive improvement, and that helps everyone. It's patients, right? Getting the right, the right medication to patients when they need it. So, I love that story because it actually is it resonates with what's going on today, and really the fast pace, accelerating your time to market. So that's kind of one of the customer stories, I would say. But we have many across many industries. So I don't know if you wanted to take one around any other industry.
I agree, so many, right, in terms of joint customer stories. I think just touching on that Novo Nordisk one before I jump into another example, what I really love about that is, we always talk about how technology can be transformational.
Yes.
But, rarely do we see the impact that it has on every day from a people person, like you said, right, medical records, how actually can improve people's health. It's really an amazing story. And great to see how technology can come together to benefit humanity, right?
Exactly.
So there you go. There's the big
love
thing.
it. There's the big thing. Yeah.
So I think, I'll talk about Base 39, that's a financial services organization in LATAM. And we actually, sticking on the theme of integration in Bedrock, we integrated Bedrock with MongoDB Vector Search for that particular use case. Incredible, because that only actually took them an hour, right, to build that level of seamless integration, which was pretty amazing. What we found with Base 39 is when they used our tooling, they were able to go from zero to production in just a 2-week period, right?
Yeah.
And what was incredible about that is they not only had the business impact of actually being able to reduce their operational cost of processing those applications, it actually improved their approval rate, right? So that's, again, a real-world impact of people being able to borrow, being able to build businesses, which obviously has a knock-on effect in terms of the circular economy, right? So a really powerful use case, again, of how we've worked together to really try and enable a customer to do unique things and bring applications to market and do really meaningful things for their customer base,
That's right,
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So I guess let's talk. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, let's talk about AI, which is what's on everyone's mind.
So I think from my side, Mo, probably a couple of things, right? And we've done well to speak for 5 to 7 minutes without mentioning AI too heavily, right? I think that's a record.
Exactly.
But I think there's a couple of things that I'll mention which are super topical, right? So the first one I'll talk about is we're seeing a huge momentum around vector search and RAG architectures in particular. The support for vector data when we're integrating into the Gen AI stack, such as SageMaker and Bedrock, makes it really easy for our customers to build intelligent applications that are fast, secure, and reliable. And leaning on really kind of what you said before. The second thing I'd talk about, which is a big one, and we launched it recently at our New York, our sister event, our .local New York event, which was just a couple of weeks ago. We released MongoDB Application Modernization Platform, or AMP for short, right? Because to abbreviate that. And that really is an AI-powered solution that rapidly helps organizations transform legacy applications to modern scalable services. Huge problem for many customers who always want to tackle that challenge of legacy because they want to really ensure that they make use of Gen AI. What AMP is that it integrates agentic workflows into our modernization methodology. And we've learned this. It's battle-tested code over a longer period of time. We're an established, mature company now. But what we're really giving organizations the ability to do is really modernize at pace and not really be burdened by legacy. Now, by combining AMP with MongoDB's proven tooling, we've seen pretty spectacular results, right? Which is we've seen code transformations increased by 10x, and more broadly, modernization project implemented 2-3 times faster. So a real feather in our cap, and really two of the big. We have many call-outs, but two of the big that I'd really talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall this program is is transformational for our end customers. And I think the biggest thing there too is the fact that, we're leaning into that as well because we see the need, especially as I mentioned before, where, if customers want to take advantage of leveraging, AI models, they need a modern, data management story, right, and platform. And so that's what Atlas, provides. And this is what this program helps customers develop and think about it, be a little bit more proactive in sort of thinking about what that approach should be. And I think just having the ability to, have that capability with AWS really lets our customers do it in a secure way, have that resiliency, embedded, and, honestly, have that scalability. So we love that program. I think, more and more of our customers, as we're sort of talking about this today, we're getting a lot more customer adoption across multiple industries. But, I would really urge all of our customers who are watching to really check it out, to learn more about AMP. So talk to AWS, talk to MongoDB, especially here at Local.
Right.
There's a lot of knowledge here, and then also test it out in a free trial on AWS Marketplace. I think test out Atlas. That will really give you a sense of the scale that we're talking about, the power of what we're talking about, and really demonstrates our collaboration. And let's our new customers take advantage of all the benefits around faster time to market, really amplifying the benefits of building those applications, not only quicker, faster, but getting them in the hands of their customers quicker and faster. So yeah.
We look forward to seeing you at reInvent, which is obviously only a couple of months away now. Scary.
Yes.
But we're obviously an Emerald sponsor, so thank
Yes.
you for everybody for listening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
And see you in Vegas.
Yep. See you in Vegas.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Welcome to the MongoDB podcast. I'm Shane McAllister. I'm one of the leads on our developer relations team, and it's great to have you join us today. So, in a world when AI can write your code, well, at least some of the time, software development and data careers need rethinking. How you work and how you learn are utterly changing. Do you vibe code everything and hope for the best, as we've seen many articles recently? Do you spend your evenings and weekends poring over all the latest tools and frameworks? Well, today's guest, we're going to have a great discussion and dive into the controversial area of keeping up with the vibe coders. And today, I'm really happy to welcome Richie Cotton, a senior data evangelist, at DataCamp, to ruminate the changing relationship between engineering teams and data teams and modern developer workflows and everything else that we can decide to get onto on today's topic. Richie, you're very welcome to the MongoDB podcast. How are you?
Life is good, Shane. Really pleased to be here. I'm based in New York City. We're having a heat wave today. Just got a message from the building saying they are turning the air conditioning down in order to save energy. If I start sweating throughout the show, that's what's happening.
Hey, this is a live stream. Anything can happen. And I'm not usually, for regular viewers, I'm not usually in my normal place. I'm in Amsterdam at the moment doing what we call a developer day at MongoDB, where we get some of our clients into a room for a day or two, and we run through some MongoDB fundamentals and also some deeper topics with them as well too. So if the Wi-Fi goes or anything else happens or somebody comes in and knocks on the door, I do apologize. So if you pass out from heat exhaustion, Richie, or I get moved out of this room, everyone knows that this chat is live. I love to start with most guests to kind of dig back a little bit. Your career path to date, Richie, where did you start? What roles have you gone through all the way up to your current role as evangelist in DataCamp?
Absolutely, yeah. My background is in data science. So I started, well, before it was called data science, really. So this is back in 2005. I was working on data for chemical health and safety. So that was the start of my career. I've also done data science in other industries. So I moved from chemical health and safety to debt collection. And then I moved from debt collection to proteomics. And there it was trying to work out what's going on with like proteins. I hadn't done any biology since I was 16. I started asking stupid questions about, what's that thing in a cell again? But industry shifts are very difficult, but the data has been sort of persistent throughout. I joined DataCamp in 2016. Since then, I've been teaching things around data and more recently AI.
Okay, excellent. And I'm always super impressed when I get published authors on the show as well too, because I see the work that's required into creating content like that. Tell us about the two books that you put together as well.
Sure, yeah. So I wrote two books on R programming. So the first one was called Learning R, and then I wrote Testing R Code. So I really enjoyed the process of writing, actually. That was how I kind of ended up working in education. I enjoy teaching people. It's kind of sad to me that R is sort of declining as a language. I think it's a great language for working with data. Python's taken over everything. I like Python as well, but two great books now obsolete. And these days, I do all my teaching via, as you say, evangelism. So that means I host the DataCamp podcast called Data Framed. I run our webinar program. I also organize virtual conferences. Actually, the next one is on Thursday. If you want to sign up for DataCamp Radar, I don't think I have a link for you, but internet search for DataCamp Radar. That's happening on Thursday.
Excellent. So what's it like to be the guest instead of the host, Richie?
So it's going to be tricky if I start asking you questions. That's usually force of habit.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So, like, I was familiar with DataCamp. I know MongoDB has done stuff and has lots in the future with DataCamp coming. But for our viewers who wouldn't be familiar, give us a little potted history of DataCamp and where it's at today.
Sure, yeah. So DataCamp is an education company. So we do online courses for data and AI skills. And as well as courses, we also do projects. We have certifications for testing your skills. And then we have productivity platforms. Basically, it's a hosted Jupyter Notebook platform called Data Lab. It's designed to make it easy to get started and easy to collaborate with others.
Okay. And you've been there since 2016, as you said, obviously.
Hey everyone, so welcome back to the podcast desk here at MongoDB.local London. I am Luz Carter and I'm honoured to say that I am joined now by Kirti Lalwani from commercetools. So, hey Kirti, welcome. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do at commercetools?
Sure, lovely to meet you, Luz. I'm Kirti Lalwani, I'm the VP of Engineering at commercetools. It's great to be here. The vibe is really great.
It's a great event, isn't it? It's always really fun to come to events like this because you mentioned earlier it's your first time here, so welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So can you just tell us briefly a little bit about what commercetools does? So we're very grateful that commercetools is one of our sponsors for this event this year. So what is commercetools, sort of briefly, if you can explain for our watchers?
Of course. commercetools is the leading composable commerce platform that helps enterprise build and scale their platforms, their digital commerce experiences across all the channels. We are primarily built on the principle of MARC, which provides a flexible API-first, cloud-native architecture, and that is the foundation that helps businesses compose their own experiences, their stack, while still remaining quite flexible. So yeah, that's us.
Oh, cool, amazing. So I understand you know a little bit about agentic AI. So what would you say has been the biggest misconception that merchants have about agentic AI today, as it's always evolving constantly and things like that?
That is an interesting question, because I think the biggest misconception is that merchants either think that it's just a chatbot or a rogue piece of automation that will go and decide something on their behalf. The reality is somewhere in between, Luz, where it's not just a Q&A or an FAQ bot. It can actually help with some of those meaningful and non-trivial challenging tasks. And again, it's not an out-of-control piece of automation that will just make decisions. You can actually configure it to seek permission. Personally, I used to be a skeptic first about this as well. I'm sure like most of the folks have been. But once you see how you can train it, it's a journey you go on. You can get it to learn from a constant feedback and build that trust before you graduate from, letting it make suggestions and go ahead and make proactive decisions, essentially. And that's where I think merchants can benefit the most from solving these complex tasks, but still being in control.
Yeah, so it's definitely very important, and I know it's come a long way, and I know from experience, and I was reading a really interesting Medium article the other day about this, about how it's important that kind of data underpins all that, but it's all part of having the right pieces together to help build that whole experience. So what would you say are the technical building blocks that should be in place before you start building production-grade agents and agentic AI?
In my view, there are 3 building blocks. The very first is a trusted data store, a data source that is your single source of truth. Second is building observability and guardrails. And the third is having a flexible infrastructure and architecture that helps you orchestrate and scale. I can get into each one of these in a bit more detail.
Yeah, go for it if you want.
If you look at the first building block of data, you have to invest in having a quality and a reliable data layer. You have to invest in unifying your product, customer, and ops data into a single knowledge store, and that becomes your foundation for these pieces of automation to essentially pattern match, learn, recall, and act on. And that's where the true power is for having. You could use tools that could structure and retrieve data for you, like Llama Index. But the fact remains, autonomy comes with trustworthy data.
Absolutely.
If you look at the second building block, which is building observability and guardrails, the first and the foremost thing that we observed as we went on this journey to building agents was that you have to understand how and why they're making the suggestions, and using tools that help you trace, debug, and measure the prompts themselves. Having control on the data sets that it is analyzing is paramount, and we found Langfuse to be really helpful. It gives us not just the quality observability, but also cost. Just this morning, an engineer was pinging and saying that, on my team, that you can very quickly go out of control using up all your tokens and lead to a huge bill. So this observability piece is super crucial. And pair it up with tools like LangGraphs and LangChain, and that gives you ability to really model your agents and orchestrate the flows. So what you start to see is you're moving from AI agents being a black box to something that is configurable, tunable system. And the third building block, which we spoke about for having a flexible architecture and infrastructure. What we have seen is staying flexible right from the start gives you that opportunity to be future-proof. So using the right model for the right use case not just sets you up for the future to have a flexible architecture, but also cost-efficient.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they're all so important. And like you say, it's 3 key building blocks that you need to put it together. So, obviously, we're here at a MongoDB event. So, why MongoDB? What is it that makes it so well suited for powering AI agents compared to, say, traditional databases in your experience?
I have worked with MongoDB for a fairly long time and been an avid fan of it. It has been flexible and easy to use. And that's what agents need. Agents need structured data. They need unstructured, semi-structured documents. They need embeddings. And with MongoDB, it is this one place you get it all. You get JSON documents alongside time series data. You get your vectors and metadata all at once. So the developers don't have to stitch that across multiple systems. It becomes a single unified data layer to start building agents at pace.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, I work for MongoDB, so I'm a big fan anyway, but it's always amazing when we talk to, customers or people that use us about how we are used. And actually, in your experience, when you see how it's used, how are developers using MongoDB differently when they're building agent-based applications?
Traditionally, the way developers have seen the data stores, the first thought that comes to mind is CRUD. You create, update, delete data. But as you build agents that use the Model Context Protocol, MCP, developers are now unleashing the power of MongoDB query language, MQL, that helps you directly query, aggregate, and rank the data dynamically, because that helps you feed more precise context to the LLMs. And that is one factor, right? If you combine that with vector search, you essentially have the semantic capability as well as adaptive reasoning So that is a beautiful combination.
Absolutely.
To have that unified platform to build agents which are context-driven and intelligent. I would say from developer standpoint, we are now seeing developers write embeddings, storing vectors, setting up collections as knowledge base. So while Mongo has been releasing these features of MQL and vector search, developers are moving over from having these as not just a transactional data store, but to an intelligent data layer to build agents.
Amazing. Well, we're running out of time, but thank you so much for joining us. That was incredible. It's always agentic AI and things like that is one of my most excited things to talk about. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
No worries.
It was lovely.
Thank you.
Pulls me closer, a whisper in the wind. The map is blank before me. Where do I begin? The fear of what's uncertain. The unknown feels like home. With every step I'm finding a place I've never known. Let's go where no one has ever been. A world unseen beneath our skin. Through endless skies, we'll break the chain. Uncharted lands will claim them all. Rise like tides and let it fall. Just in the sea. Come drift with me. Come drift with me. Uncharted lands will claim them all. Rise like tides and let it fall. Just endless seas. Come drift with me. 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 We'll break
You are here. You are here because you're an innovator, a doer, a leader. Because you imagine, design, and build things never seen before. Where others see problems, you see opportunity. You know that tomorrow's biggest innovations start today, and that AI isn't just here, it's rewriting the rules of the game. This is the moment to invent, scale, break limits. Yesterday's databases, they'll struggle with tomorrow's demands. You need a database built to keep up with you. A database that's adaptable by design, capable of handling dynamic real-world data, and speaks the language of AI. A database that cuts friction, fuels speed, and frees you to make the impossible possible. You are here. This is the moment. Your moment. Let's go.
Please welcome MongoDB UK Vice Presidents Tom Davis and David Fester.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to MongoDB.local. Thank you very much for coming. It's great to see all of you again. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces. So it's great to be back with you. My name's David Fester. I am the UK Vice President for Financial Services and Public Sector.
And I'm Tom Davis, everybody. Good to be back. I lead our retail, telco, and manufacturing businesses here in the UK. Thanks for making the time to come out today. I know everybody's super busy, so thank you very much for joining us. I want to kick off today by welcoming our community champions. This is an unbelievable group of people. There's 38 leaders from across the world. They're super excited to be here, and they make up our community. So welcome, community champions. If you want to go see them today, they'll be in the mezzanine, and go find them at their booth. Thank you. Woo!
Yeah, give them a round of applause.
And then secondly, I want to welcome, thank you, all of our sponsors and partners. Huge amount of partners here that make today and this event possible. So thank you very much. And a big call out to our 3 global sponsors, AWS, Microsoft, and Google.
We specifically want to draw a light on our 2025 UKI partner winners. So congratulations to everybody who's on the screen here and will be in the room with us today. Featurespace, Capgemini, AWS, Gravity 9, and our partner of the year this year goes to Accenture, who now have over 2,500 practitioners certified on MongoDB and are working with us across all industries to build joint go-to-market solutions. We truly appreciate all of the work that our partners do, bringing value to you guys in the room as customers, but also to us as our platform. In order to make the most out of today, take 2 minutes to just take a quick shot of the QR code that's on the screen. That will bring up the app and the menu of what's available within the facility today. We have breakout sessions over 4 stages. We've got a number of hands-on workshops which allow you to get MongoDB certified badges. And we've got some inspiring customer stories throughout the day. So please make the most of it. Scan the QR code and make sure you get the agenda on your phone.
So far, it's been a year full of incredible milestones for MongoDB as a business. But we've also welcomed tens of thousands of developers and architects just like yourselves all the way across the world. You can see on the screen here. Quite literally meeting our customers and developers where they are. And we continue that momentum here in London, and it's great to be back on what we call a flagship of the .local series. So thank you very much.
In a little more than 10 years, MongoDB's evolved from what was a company with a few thousand early adopters and $40 million of ARR, annual revenue, to what we are today, which is a multi-billion-dollar company with 60,000 customers worldwide, all of which represent, not all of them, but all of you represent some of those within this room. We are truly grateful and we're appreciative of what you do for us. And truly, without you guys, none of this is possible. So thank you very much. That's remarkable momentum for over 10 years, speaks to deep enterprise adoption and developer trust. More than 70% of the Fortune 500 now use MongoDB, And we're also supporting a number of AI native startups across the globe.
And in fact, right here in the UK, we opened our office doors just on the South Bank in 2015. We started with a handful of very early adopters and a few customers, and we've now got over 4,500 UK customers here, 80% of which are kind of pure Atlas customers. These are across nearly all verticals, but I want to call out our kind of 4 biggest: finance, telco, public sector, and software. It's no exaggeration to say that MongoDB today, over that 10-year period, has become one of the world's most popular modern databases to build applications with. And it's consistently ranked by a lot of you in the room and developers worldwide top in surveys. So customers have recognized that what they had before and the other options, the relational database, are not necessarily a good fit for the requirements of today's world.
The reality is the relational database was developed 50 years ago, and it has serious limitations for today's modern world. First off, it's rigid. It was built for a world of uniformity and predictability. It's brittle. It wasn't designed to be able to change at the pace of today's market, and it's challenging to scale. And that's something that our co-founders found out firsthand when they built their company, DoubleClick, one of the world's first web-scale companies. They had to serve billions of ads per day. They had to ingest thousands of data points every single day, and they found some serious limitations with the relational model.
So they designed a better way, the document model, built on JSON, a model that is natural and intuitive to use. It lets you represent the messy, complex, constantly evolving nature of today's modern data. It gives you the flexibility to handle a wide range of data sets, which is critical when 70% of the world's data remains unstructured. It offers you the agility to make changes to that data model over time as your business changes, a necessity, not a luxury in today's world. And because MongoDB was built from the ground up on day one with a distributed architecture, it offers unparalleled capabilities on scale and performance.
So where are we today? The pace of change has been high. It's only going to get faster with this AI era that we're now within. In this new world, one thing is certain. If your technology can't keep pace, then your business can't keep pace either. And that means that the principles of the document model are now even more essential than they were. And it means the database that you choose is more important now than it ever has been. To talk more about the role of the database in AI, please join me in welcoming to the stage MongoDB Vice President of Industries, Boris Bielek.
Thank you, David and Tom. That was awesome. Really, it was. And of course, we are getting into a new era. AI is clearly changing how we work, how we all live. And the first generation of applications was all about chatbots, code optimization, document summaries. That was pretty cool, eh? That was last year. Remember the old days? And those are just the beginnings. Future applications just won't make those kind of functions more productive. They ultimately drive true business and transformative innovations throughout all the applications you're building. Instead of a single-purpose chatbot, think about an autocomplete on steroids, which is really understanding what you really want. You know, Lucifer, what is your true desire? That's what it's all about. And the next revolution in AI application is all about the power of agents. More than automation, agents will deliver these autonomous strategic execution. And at our core, we humans are big picture people. We look from the top down, we look at the bigger picture and then find and define the necessary actions to execute. This thinking backwards from the outcome is how agents deliver value and differentiate themselves from rule-based systems earlier. So let's take a look a little bit more in detail what agents are, how they work, what they're doing. AI agents can be understood as something which is continuously perceive, decide, and act upon signals in this self-correcting, powerful loop. And the beauty, obviously, of agents is their versatility. If you have a hyper-personalized shopping assistant, which understands that I love very classic clothing, or your travel planner who wants to understand what is your next trip really all about, or your sophisticated financial analyst. The potential spans literally every domain and industry, and the only limit at this point is our own imagination. Now, at the heart of an agent are two critical components, an LLM, and a database. Wow. And when we take a look, an LLM provides really the reasoning, the intelligence, and really, honestly, the capability to understand and drive stuff out in human text, speech, and videos. But it's a database which gives the agents truly this memory and state. Without memory and state, you will not figuring out anything. It's like a clever calculator and certainly not a strategic partner. So when we talk about the financial advisor, I don't want to have a financial advisor who doesn't understand that I'm broke. So that's a starting point. So let's talk more about the database in that picture. In the perception phase, the database is really the part which supplies the background, the essential information, user preferences, decisions, prior actions, where am I, the specific constraints. This deep context allows the agent to understand more about the way we're coming from and understands the immediate situation. Then it's able in the decision phase to drive effective planning and additional accurate and real-time facts about the information and historical data. So the LLM then can make intelligent, informed decisions about, to be precise, what should be the outcome. And last and not least, there's the act phase, where the database ensures that nothing is lost because now we act, now our actual state changes, we have a new baseline, and we need to capture the outcome of all of these actions. And consequently, the database is a fundament for the agent's persistent memory, single source of truth, and cumulative experience. This is what allows agents to act coherently inside of a bigger picture, because remember, the process of the agent is maybe not the same when you talk to every single time. And the long-term goals, capabilities to learn from the past, earlier decisions, or even coordinate seamlessly changes with other specialized agents to achieve even larger business outcomes. So this might sound very abstract, and for that reason we have a very practical example. Vacation. We all want it, we never get it. No, just kidding. What is our dream vacation? A magical week exploring Iceland. We are chasing the northern lights. I want unforgettable landscapes, a small boutique guest house. I want obviously 5-star dinners. And this can become a logistically Mount Everest to climb. It sounds simple like this, but we all have been there. The flight is okay, but then something else doesn't fit, and transportation, and oh, there was a snowstorm. So when we take a look, it's a really big task to get this all right, and that's exactly when AI agent will shine. It's working continuously through the parts. So it understands, I want to go October 2nd to 9 next year. Sorry, guys. And I've 7,000 quid available at the budget, and I take my wife. So that means 3.5 per person. And from its memory, it records my preferences. I like early morning flights. I like a charming guest house. I have specific dietary requirements, large. And it must, I'm honest. So we have these specific dietary requirements, and with this context provided, the agent can immediately get to work and start to build a tailored plan exactly for my needs, without micromanaging every step. Oh, Boris, would you like to take this airline, that airline? No, it gets all the understandings, what is available, what hotels are available. It fits everything together, but it can do more, and now it's getting exciting. The itinerary shapes up, and these are just 3 simple parts of it. Imagine there are other things in between, and the cost of the time and the flight and the cost of the guest house, everything is perfect. They're all locked in the database. The state is looked at continuously. So what happens? There's an interruption in Heathrow, just theoretical, will never happen. And the agent can reason clearly about what remains to be done. It knows how much budget I've left and everything else, but now something changes. I'm accidentally not in London, oh my God, and there are flight problems. The database has an understanding about the past, the present, and can match now the decisions really to even any unexpected event. Oops, flight canceled and Boris is in New York. Reschedule the flight, new reservation for the restaurant. All the stuff needs to be coordinated, transportation, all of the pieces surrounding it. And yep, it got me a new table at the restaurant. It secures it, it reshovels everything surrounding it, a new guide on a different date, and so on and so on. This is what an agent does. And the key part is the database is really at the center of making the agent adaptive and proactive. It turns out what was a brittle booking engine, imagine you would have to do this by yourself. You go up on whatever engine you want and then you try to rebook. Ever done that? It's an amazing experience. And that was a joke as well, by the way. So it's a very brutal experience, and we want to have a capable, really intellectual travel manager for us, which is able to orchestrate all these changes absolutely smooth and keeping all the other factors what we give them in. And that's what the database is all about. This is obviously a very simple example, but you can already see how we combine memory, state, context, and the real-time updates and capabilities, which completely improve the customer outcome and transform businesses. As the technology matures, obviously, agents have the power to reshape entire companies and businesses. So far, according to a recent MIT study, 95% of corporate AI projects fail to get a return. Wow, that's harsh. And the interesting part is it's not the LLMs. They are unbelievably capable, unbelievable. But the issue that most attempts overlook the role of the memory without the ability to store, retrieve, and apply context for problem solving in real-time sessions, for decision making, and bring this all together into one system, even the most advanced models fall short of high-value transformative cases. That's why memory here is a critical factor. And if memory is so crucial, then the choice of the database, the system that powers it, becomes the one most important decision you have to make for your AI agents. And at this point, I would like to bring up an example. We went live with an application for one of our largest clients, and the CTO stood there saying, we're live, and I was, yes, we have an AI solution live. I was so excited, and he says, yeah, it's obsolete. And I nearly broke down, but I realized he was 100% right, because we use 3 months old technology. And then he said a sentence which made me really click, which was, Boris, we changed the frameworks, we changed the models, we changed pretty much everything. But the database and the memory has to be solid, because these are my data and my own background. At that point, it really clicked. So we asked, what does the ideal database for AI really look like? Let me think about that. Anybody knows the answer? No. It needs a model, really, to understand the complexity of the world that's constantly changing. If you live in a world of constraints, foreign index keys, and other funky things, that's not really good enough, right? But the real critical part for myself is the capability to search and retrieve in a sophisticated form in real-time information out of very complex structures. It's not good enough anymore to have a simple select statement looking for entries. It's not good enough to have a text search. You need to understand the intent of the user of the system to understand the context. It's really across raw data, metadata, and embedded data and embeddings. So, and the last part is it must be trustworthy. It needs to support an environment where intensity of usage is far higher than anything you have seen so far. You have to think about multiplying the intensity of the database query systems. And AI agents don't take breaks. This is 24/7. I sleep, but my flight got canceled. When I wake up, the system has magically reorganized everything for me. This is what agents are about. So your database must be performant, scalable, and highly secure. And this is exactly what MongoDB delivers. Our document model, built on JSON obviously, handles every variety of data and adapts really as it needs to evolve. Plus, JSON has become really the lingua franca of AI. And LLMs, MCPs, or the latest is commercial agent protocols, what OpenAI just published. All of this stuff runs on JSON, and it makes bringing dynamic data into MongoDB so easy and so seamless. Search and retrieval go beyond simple queries. MongoDB, you can do hybrid queries with one single command in the aggregation framework. If you haven't seen that yet, go by the industry booth, check it out. Combining keyword search, semantic search, and metadata filter in one single pass. Think about real-time availability. This means developers can build agentic applications without stitching together multiple systems in a simpler, faster pass. And second, obviously, the embeddings are the bridge between your private data and the LLM. The better the embedding model, the more effectively LLMs can reason and can improve their output. Through our acquisition of Voyage AI, MongoDB provides the industry-leading embeddings and re-ranking modules. This puts MongoDB really at the gateway of meaning inside of an AI system. And let's be very blunt. This is a battle-tested foundation. Thousands of customers, tens of thousands of customers push us every day. Security, durability, availability, and performance. Earlier, Tom told you that it's over 70% of the Fortune 500 rely on MongoDB. That's the kind of trust which cannot be retrofitted or can be put into a marketing statement. This is really an essential architecture. That's not new company can replicate overnight. It takes years of focus, investment, and experience to build that. And as you can see, MongoDB doesn't just click and check box the list of requirements for the modern agentic world. It defines them with the document model as its center. So back to the question. If you ask your AI, what's ideal database look like? Maybe it looks a lot like MongoDB. Oh, wonder. That was a joke. It's not just a theory, though. These are just a few of the thousands of customers putting us at the center of the AI journey. It's from large incumbents like Cisco or the Financial Times to early-stage innovators like DevRev or Lean AI. MongoDB is really becoming the foundation of agentic AI, and that's honestly for me personally exciting on the projects I'm working on. And I like to emphasize again, memory and state are the keys for transformative AI. And choosing the right database in this context makes it absolutely critical. So today you will hear more about the arrival of MongoDB 8.2, fresh out of the box. We do kind of an unwrapping, and it's really our most feature-rich and performant release yet. It includes our next generation of curable encryption, our industry-first security capability that no other database can match, and Voyage latest embeddings model, and natively integrate into MongoDB now, really cool, and delivering state-of-the-art accuracy and efficiency to build more trustworthy, reliable applications. And last and not least, our application modernization platform to really engineer to cut the risk, cost, and time to updating and migrating a legacy application to the next century. So our approach leverages actually AI to transform code and schemas and moves enterprises 2 to 3 times faster. So if you're more interested on this one, by the way, feel free to hunt me down. We have some amazing experience on these kind of projects. And so with all of these exciting news, let's start right to the core of it all, the latest updates on the database foundation itself. So here's the detail of extraordinary advances made in our news release 8.2. Please welcome my buddy, Os Olivo, MongoDB Senior Director, Database Product Management.
Thank you, Boris. Now, I'm a little bit biased because I've seen firsthand what our teams have put into the database. But I generally do believe MongoDB is the strongest foundation you could have for the agentic future Boris just described. MongoDB 8.0 shipped exactly 1 year ago, actually. And it's already become our fastest adopted release ever. More than half of Atlas clusters are already running it. That's because 8.0 delivered more of what your applications need now, and what they will need in the AI era. Compared to our previous release, 8.0 achieved 36% more read throughput for read-only workloads, 59% higher throughput for bulk updates. And for common time series workloads, we're seeing an incredible 200% faster time series reads, thanks to advanced block processing. But 8.0 wasn't just about performance. We made the database easier to operate at scale as well. For this, we've added new insights into how queries run, so you'll see bottlenecks before they ever slow you down. And once you're sharded, we've made it easier to keep up with your applications by making resharding up to 50 times faster. And if that's not enough, in 8.0, we also optimize the database across concurrency, memory management, and query execution. So every application will run better simply by upgrading. It's been clear that 8.0 set a new bar. So of course, we couldn't wait to raise it again. That's why we're excited to bring you MongoDB 8.2. As we enter an agentic world, performance isn't just about pleasing human users. It's about machines talking to machines, applications calling agents, agents calling other agents, all in real time. Not only do, as Boris said, not only do agents not take lunch, they never sleep. It's really an unforgiving workload where every millisecond, every throughput gain matters more than ever. MongoDB 8.2 takes another large step forward in performance to help meet these new challenges of this new AI era. In MongoDB 8.2, unindexed queries are 42% faster, which means when requests are unpredictable, the responses stay quick and reliable. Array traversals. These are the kinds of queries that you dig into complex data structures, are about 20% faster, making operations smoother end-to-end. And time series bulk inserts run nearly 3 times faster, so you can ingest massive streams of machine-generated data without hitting a wall. We're also, as always, focused on security. We've steadily advanced queryable encryption, a true industry first, as Boris stated. This enterprise-grade security technology protects sensitive data at every single point in its journey. So most database vendors only protect data at rest or in transit over the network. But when data is in use and being processed, it's often left exposed to administrators and operators. Unique to MongoDB, queryable encryption closes that loop. It's the first fully integrated technology that keeps data encrypted not just when it's at rest, but in transit. And also, not just when it's at rest and in transit, but also, and here's where the big difference is, while it's in use in memory. With queryable encryption, MongoDB ensures your data can only be viewed by the authorized application while still remaining searchable with expressive query types. With 8.2, we've expanded what queryable encryption can do. Originally, we started with support for exact match equality queries and expressive range queries across numbers and dates. 8.2 adds substring support, letting you search encrypted data with prefix, suffix, or partial matches. So imagine the possibilities. A doctor or nurse searches by a patient's name and auto-completes the record, but the data behind it never left its encrypted state. A bank analyst flags accounts by the last 4 digits of someone's social security number or citizen ID without ever exposing the full value in memory. This is a breakthrough, and it keeps your most sensitive data secure at every single step. Across performance and security, these are exciting improvements, and we know many of you want access to these capabilities right away, even if you're not building on Atlas. Bleeding-edge builders simply don't have time to wait. So, starting with 8.2, every incremental release will now be available across Atlas, Community, and Enterprise Advanced. This gives you the freedom to put new and advanced capabilities to work the moment they're ready. And for those applications that are a bit more sensitive to change and need to stay on a release longer, we've got your back here too. Currently, major releases are supported for 3 years. Starting with MongoDB 8.0, we're extending long-term support to 5. This will give you more stability when you need it and the freedom to innovate on your own schedule. Having great upgrade options doesn't just apply to new features. It also applies to where and how you want to run MongoDB. Because with MongoDB, you don't just get a database. You get a consistent foundation that runs everywhere your applications need to be. Whether you're developing on a laptop, running in a data center, or using Atlas in the cloud, it's the same skills, the same features, and the same experience. You only need to learn one database. You only need to learn one API. Now, if you choose to run in Atlas, you can run on AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud. Atlas has more than 120 supported regions worldwide across all 3 major hyperscalers. You can keep data close to your customers, meet governance requirements, and integrate natively with cloud services wherever you're operating. But Atlas can do a lot more than just run on different clouds. Atlas also supports a single cluster spanning across multiple clouds. So you can leverage each provider's unique features and specialized infrastructure from the same database deployment, from the same cluster. This is especially important when it comes to the fast-evolving AI landscape. This flexibility allows you to always take advantage of new AI capabilities, regardless of what cloud they're available in. So, whether you're managing MongoDB yourself or relying on Atlas as a fully managed service, you stay in control. You're free to deploy, move, and scale in the way that best supports your growth today and in the future. With MongoDB, you get a foundation you can count on, with performance to manage demanding applications, security to protect your most sensitive data, and the flexibility to run anywhere. Of course, performance and reliability aren't just features of our latest releases. They're the non-negotiables that our customers rely on. CETO is revolutionizing one of the world's most demanding and essential industries, maritime shipping. Their software leverages vast amounts of real-time data to improve vessel availability and reliability, helping to ensure the global supply chain keeps moving. To hear more about what they've built in MongoDB, please welcome Ben Harrison and Kapil Parekh in conversation with Boris.
Everything that we rely on has some connection to the maritime industry. They move 90% of global trade. The daily charter rate can range from $20,000 to $40,000. The cost of that container ship not being in operation is significant. CETO capture and analyze high-frequency data to prevent machinery breakdowns. We've seen significant benefit by changing to MongoDB. That will in turn increase the number of days that a vessel is available, and you have happy customers with global trade moving freely.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. So shipping is not something I think we all directly think about. People are more thinking about the little truck bringing the box to the house. So what are really the drivers for these kind of activities?
Yes, so as you know, the video explained, pretty much 90% of everything that you interact with on a daily basis has been on a ship. So 90% of everything in this room, 90% of everything in your home. And most people don't recognize it, most people don't realize it, but that is one of the big industries that underpins global trade and economies. And I think it's an area that is kind of devoid of any technological advancement, certainly for the last sort of 10 or 15 years. So that's what CETO's here for.
What can go wrong on a ship? So, sorry if I'm a little bit curious here, right? But I think about, okay, we all hear about pirates, but this is obviously about something else.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the best way to think of a big commercial vessel, these are oil tankers, cargo ships, the sorts of things here. You maybe see in the news from time to time. These are effectively floating power stations, right? They have massive, massive engines the size of houses in some instances, huge generator support systems as well, so that they're a really complicated piece of equipment. They're a floating, I don't know, a floating warehouse in a sense. And with that, you can imagine how many different things can go wrong. And that can start with a very simple failure of a switch up to an engine fire and total disaster in the middle of the ocean.
Wow. So what sparked the idea to start a company like this? This is not something where you sit at a bar and says, why don't we do some maritime? So how did you came up with that?
So the company was founded by Tony, our CEO. He had been a marine engineer, had worked at sea for 7 or 8 years, and then came shoreside and did project management and that kind of thing. With his engineering hat on, he was aware that there are all sorts of sensors and real live data on board the vessel that is perhaps where the data doesn't get consumed anywhere but on board the vessel. And he realized through an engineering lens, there is value in that data. We should be doing something more with that data rather than letting it be produced on board the vessel and then being dropped. So he set about building a little MVP. It helped us get some data, a little IoT gateway, helped us get some data off the vessel itself into our what was not then a MongoDB database, and proved that was possible. And that's when I joined the company.
Well, you corrected that error, so that's a good starting point. But what I would think about now, it's maybe a little bit too deep, but apologize, guys. But the data types must be pretty diverse, what you're dealing with. This is obviously different speeds and feeds and different entities. When I think you mentioned the word power station, there must be thousands of different sensors.
Yeah, exactly. So we are looking on any one vessel up to a couple of thousand sensors, giving us data up to, you can imagine the sorts of volumes that we're pulling. But one of the big problems that we have is that we don't have is that we don't control the origin of that data. Different systems are producing this data, and we need to do work at our side on that. So maybe Kapil can say a few words as to exactly how we do that and how we handle that.
Yeah, actually, that's quite interesting, Cap. So if you don't mind,
sure.
You have an hour. Just kidding.
I'll try to.
You'll need longer. You'll need longer.
You'll need longer. So I think data validation and standardization is at the heart of what we do. So what we do is to fix this exact problem which Ben mentioned. We convert the data, standardize it, so we go from raw sensor to core sensors with our core configurations. So what it does is it ensures two things. It ensures uniformity, it ensures single source of truth, and it allows us to build anything for scale from the ground up. So this is something that us backend engineer, we've got a brilliant team. We are building a translation layer, which is quite involved in the processes. But it allows us to take whatever is in the source, convert it into whatever we are used to and what the products are based on. We do that at the inception level. And So yeah.
Yeah, no. So, but that means pretty much not putting words in your mouth, but the document model is really the JSON concept.
Exactly.
Allows you to adjust between the different systems a lot then.
Yeah, and that was one of the core drivers as to why we moved away from what Tony had in the MVP to MongoDB.
Okay, what's the performance difference? Come on, spill the beans. How much?
10x, 100x, big numbers.
Okay,
big
hello,
numbers.
marketing, you heard that. 10x is a huge report. So what are you running on today? Which platform?
So we are working, so our database is deployed on Atlas itself. So just to paint a little picture, like Atlas is goated. So it really brings the transparency that we as data engineers appreciate. So like after the 8.0 release, I don't know if to the general audience, I don't know if you guys saw that they in the query profiler section they have a query shapes section. So what it does is it converts the individual query level stats, groups them into a shape, and then it gives aggregated metrics. So we can understand, okay, these sort of queries are inefficient. So then they give additional options to that. We can either restrict those queries, so we can, we ensure that we always use indexes. So these sort of things, really helps us. Like it's highly available, it's resilient. So we do our load testing. I'm hoping we'll get to that in a bit. But so yeah, it allows us to, focus more on our mission critical stuff because everything else is taken care of. So yeah.
And from the business side, obviously, at that point, it becomes for the end user pretty strategic, right? It's not anymore something nice to have.
Yes, exactly. So we provide all of our insights to our users via a beautiful dashboard. But one of the big concerns and risks, I guess, in the maritime space is that it will be a slow, if you like, a slow process, a slow onboarding or integration process. What the work we've done allows for is us effectively to plug and play. So if there is a ship owner or operator that is already capturing data, they can install Ceto and we'll be live and pulling data from them and deriving insights and providing insights to them within hours.
Wow. So when you look ahead, where do you see this going? Besides, so I have to give them a plug. They're hiring.
We are hiring. If anyone's interested, we're looking for brilliant people always. Thank you for that, Boris.
Oh, appreciate it. So, but when we look ahead, what's the next things? Where do you see this whole space moving for yourself?
I think, in truth, we are only just getting going. There is so much out there for us to start exploring. Something I'm particularly interested in myself is in the behavioral performance. So that is looking at cruise behavior. And we believe that in the mechanical data that we're observing, there's actually telltale signs of how the crew's actually performing, how they are, whether they're behaving, whether they're doing their jobs well or not. And this is really, really valuable information for all sorts of reasons. So that's really exciting. In terms of on the product side of things, I'm looking forward to building out our decision support system. So that is effectively a tool which will help diagnose and help crews find the root cause of their problems on board, maybe much more quickly than they otherwise would. So we're looking at things like, obviously, vector search and a number of the different sort of RAG approaches there as well.
So it's a lot of predictive maintenance functions which you're building in on the AI side as well, obviously.
Exactly that.
Cool. So, Caps, you don't get around it. What's next for you? 8.2 and beyond?
8.2 and beyond. So I think I am yet to look at all the releases on 8.2. But something which stuck out was 8.0. So we happened to be in the middle of a migration project. We saw, very efficiency gains. So, like to give you an example, as soon as we upgraded to 8.0, we saw a 20 to 30% increase in the peak rate of inserts. Now, this could be due to the 200 times faster time series reads, but I think that has been cascaded to 8.2. And currently, for 8.2, I think you guys have released more of an AI product, so vector search. So what we are doing is we don't we want to integrate AI to our dashboard, but we don't want to build a chatbot like a hand-waving solution. We want something because we are a reliable platform, so we are building MCP servers. So we want our APIs to do all the heavy lifting, where AI can just orchestrate tasks. So that is something that we are building, and yeah.
We
Pretty cool.
weren't going to tell the world that, but we're doing that.
Oh,
okay.
Too late for that.
If there's any legal in the room, please cut the last 3 minutes out. So, please join me to give these two gentlemen a round of applause. They're hiring.
We are hiring.
So, let's look at the same foundation, how we can help this for developers. And please welcome my friend and colleague, Frank Liu, MongoDB Staff Product Manager, on stage.
Thanks, Boris. AI is a broad term, but if I were to define it with a single sentence, it would be something like this. AI helps us understand the world as we humans do, and this will really bridge the gap between computers and people. But what does that actually look like in practice? Let's take a look at some of the different applications that leverage AI. First up is Retrieval Augmented Generation, or RAG for short. RAG finds the most relevant information in a knowledge base using vector-based retrieval. That information is then fed to a large language model to generate accurate, grounded responses. The ability to chat with developer documentation is a great example of this. Next up are recommendations. This is the ability for a system to intelligently surface content that a user might like to engage with. If I'm shopping on an e-commerce website and add a coffee machine to my shopping cart, a good recommendation system might recognize that I would also maybe like to buy some coffee beans or even a milk frother as well. And last but not least, we have agent memory. Now earlier, Boris talked about agents and how they are absolutely critical to unlocking transformational change with AI. These agents require memory to maintain context and adapt to feedback, much like humans do. A real-world use case is an autonomous digital campaign marketing team. In this scenario, a team of specialized agents, such as a VP of marketing, a market researcher, a copywriter, graphic designer, so on and so forth, collaborate to plan, create, and launch a complete marketing campaign from a single high-level prompt. They use both individual and shared memory to coordinate tasks, maintain brand consistency, and learn from their results over time. Now, bringing any of these use cases to life depends on one critical component, and that is the quality of your embedding models and re-rankers. Now, this is often the difference between potential and production. Before we dive any further, let's do a quick refresher on embeddings and re-ranking. An embedding model is used to convert everything from PDFs to images or even code into an array of floating point values that capture meaning for software to process. Now, the key thing to note here is this. Two embeddings that are close to one another correspond to data that is related. And as for re-rankers, they compare each retrieved document directly to the user's query. And you can think about it this way. You first retrieve results using embeddings, and a re-ranker then reorders those results to improve accuracy. Stronger embedding models and re-rankers improve the quality of your retrieval overall, and this results in A, more relevant and grounded results for RAG, B, recommendations that actually drive user engagement and improve user satisfaction, and C, agents that remember the contents of past conversations. So if embedding models and re-rankers are so important, where can I get great ones? Well, I'm glad you asked. MongoDB Voyage offers best-in-class embedding models and re-rankers. We have your typical general-purpose text embedding models, which turn pure text into embeddings. In this category, the Voyage 3.5 series outperforms competing models from the likes of OpenAI and Cohere, all while being more cost-efficient. We also have powerful multimodal embedding models. And your typical multimodal embedding models are only capable of vectorizing a single photo or a single text string. Voyage Multimodal 3 is capable of vectorizing interleaved text and images. It can also capture key visual features from screenshots of PDFs, slides, tables, figures, and more. And this really removes the need for any complex document parsing. Now, innovation is the name of the game when it comes to AI, and embedding models are no different. We recently released Voyage Context 3, a breakthrough in precise chunk retrieval with global document context. Our contextualized chunk model is the absolute first of its kind. It processes the entire document in a single pass and generates a distinct embedding for each chunk, delivering superior retrieval performance. On the re-ranker side, our recent Re-rank 2.5 release sets an industry standard for re-ranking with instruction following capabilities. Voyage models are designed for high accuracy and quality. And when you start using them, I think you'll find that we've done a lot of work to make them as developer-friendly as possible. And even though great embedding models and re-rankers are critical for building grounded, reliable AI applications, you still need many other components to really bring AI to life. And with other database providers, this is an extremely complex process. You had your source of data, database for structured data, and a vector database. You then had to feed that data into your embedding model, and then be sure to update both data stores. And then you had to have those results re-ranked outside of the database. Now, all of this made for a very, very complex and multi-vendor environment. Now you have everything available with MongoDB. This native, integrated experience reduces friction for you and accelerates your AI application development journey. Search and vector search have been in Atlas for a while, but we also understand that a lot of development starts locally. And as such, I'm pleased to announce that search and vector search are now available for Community Server and Enterprise Server. With these two releases, we're opening up our text and vector search capabilities for development, testing, and production in your own environments, in addition to Atlas. Of course, seeing is believing. So let's take a deeper look at how these pieces come together in practice. For this, please welcome Akiko, MongoDB staff developer advocate, to the stage. Hey, Makiko, can you help me show everyone how embeddings, re-rankers, and vector search, how they all come together in one application?
Absolutely. We actually built an app that shows all three.
Let's dive in. Let's take a look.
Awesome. So this app applies intelligence to any type of video content, movies, lectures, former MongoDB keynotes, you name it. Let me pull up last year's keynote. Boom. Now, I recall last year our CEO used the term to describe key turning points in life, tech, or business. I think he called them crucible moments, but I'm not sure. Let's check it out. Definition, crucible, moment. And let's see what we get. OK, so we have a bunch of results. Let me check out the first one. And let's hear him describe a crucible moment in his own words.
Venture capital firms in the world, and who's also one of our earliest and largest investors in the company, has a term they called a crucible moment. And they define a crucible moment as an inflection point where a choice you make today has an outsized bearing on the years and decades to come.
So you can see that when I search for a phrase, the app finds the exact clips where it appears, even in a 2-hour live stream. And even if I type the wrong words, which happens a lot, I never learned how to type properly, it can still figure out what I meant. So let's try a variation. Maybe critical moment. And let's see if we still get the same result. OK, look at that. Crucible moment pops right back up, almost as if the app knew what I was thinking.
I mean, this is really super impressive. It basically jumped exactly to the moment that you were looking for.
Exactly. And that's because every video frame and its metadata are embedded using a multimodal voyage model and then stored in Atlas. These models can help us decipher visual content in like text within slides, on-screen graphics for a truly multimodal search experience. On top of that, I've combined vector search, we see here, vector with full text search to get hybrid. We've combined it so that you get semantic matches from embeddings and exact keyword matches. Now check out a couple other things. First off, you see these rank scores. We've applied re-ranking using Rank Fusion to blend the results into a single ranked list for better relevancy. And finally, thanks to quantization, which compresses full precision 32-bit vectors into 8-bit or even 1-bit representations for similar accuracy, I was able to embed a 70-minute video for under $1 with queries that still run in milliseconds.
I think this is a perfect example of what we mean by bringing embeddings, re-rankers, and vector search together in one integrated platform. It's simpler, faster, and quite frankly, it's ready for production. Thank you so much, Makiko. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
To add a little bit more color to what Makiko just mentioned, Voyage Context 3, Voyage 3 Large, and the Voyage 3.5 series are all trained with what is called quantization awareness. So if you use them in conjunction with the quantization that Makiko was talking about, you'll be able to retain a lot of the accuracy when it comes to search and retrieval. If you want to check out the app that Makiko just showcased, go ahead and snap this QR code. It'll take you to our Gen AI showcase, which contains the code for this demo and many others. And for those of you that are eager to do a deeper dive today, let me point you to a few sessions on the agenda that I think you might like. The first covers agents and agent memory. Now, this is an incredibly exciting topic for me personally. Search and retrieval are essential components for agentic applications. They are the critical elements that take agents from prototype to production. And if you'd like to build your very own multimodal autonomous AI agent, we have a great hands-on session at 4:05 today. Now, this workshop gives you the opportunity to earn one of those coveted MongoDB skill badges that we mentioned at the start of the keynote. Skill badges are digital credentials that allow you to quickly learn and validate specific MongoDB skills. And grab this QR code to access opportunities online with MongoDB University, attend one of today's workshops, or if you only have 10 minutes to spare, look out for the University booth or Skill Hub where you can earn badges throughout the day. I hope at least one thing is clear to you by now. If you build on MongoDB, you'll have everything you need to bring AI to life in your applications. But what if you aren't just building new software? What if you have a long tail of existing apps? Well, the obvious solution to that problem is to modernize off of those legacy estates. But how to do that has been a real challenge. So here to tell you more about our new groundbreaking approach to modernization, please welcome Paul Doan, Field CTO, MongoDB, to the stage.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks, Frank. So you might be asking, what is a database company doing talking about modernization? It's a reasonable question. And the answer is, after working with MongoDB customers over the last 15 years, migrating their data, we found that when you transform the data layer, along with the applications here, where the UI and business logic is, you remove many of the barriers that stall modernization. So I suspect many of you can relate to this situation. You find yourself surrounded by a large estate of legacy applications, some built decades ago, that still run critical parts of your business. But these systems are showing their age, poor resiliency, limited scalability. They're rigid monoliths that resist changes that your business needs to stay competitive. And you're often having troubled sleep, wondering which of these mission-critical applications will go down next and when. Some of these systems are so old that if one of them goes down, you're not even sure there's anyone left in the business that knows how to fix them. Often it feels like you're playing roulette. These systems are saddled with technical debt. Old operating systems and runtimes, outdated programming languages and frameworks, and no automated test coverage to be able to ensure the changes you make are safe. It's often a big ball of spaghetti, which is just poorly documented at best. And the cost to keep the lights on is enormous. This risk and cost, is why most companies postpone modernization projects year after year. And instead, they prioritize short-term band-aid fixes, accumulating further technical debt. I know, I've been there. And yet, despite all this, these systems stick around. I'm sure many of you have heard people say to you, don't touch that system, it's mission critical. Because even the simplest change can feel extremely risky. But there is good news. We have a structured modernization platform now, unique to MongoDB, built around a repeatable and proven approach. So introducing MongoDB's Application Modernization Platform, or AMP for short. AMP helps companies rapidly transform legacy applications into modern, scalable services on MongoDB. And by combining AMP tooling with MongoDB's proven, repeatable framework, customers have completed tasks like code transformation up to 10 times faster. And working with our customers, we're now seeing them deliver modernization projects 2 to 3 times quicker than before when doing it manually. And these applications land on MongoDB, so you're then better prepared for the future. So what is AMP composed of? It's 3 main things: tools, techniques, and talent. So we've developed a set of AI-powered but deterministic tools designed to perform specific modernization tasks, like generating tests, converting code, and migrating data. These tools are then paired with techniques and methodologies that we've created to address various modernization challenges. And these are put into action by our team of modernization experts that have been working on modernization projects for years. These are all designed to completely transform your data and your application. And our customers are already seeing the results with AMP. Let's take Lombard Odier, a 200-year-old Swiss bank who successfully migrated key applications from its relational database to MongoDB with AMP. This resulted in a 60 times faster migrating code, 60 times faster, and it reduced their regression testing from 3 days to just 3 hours per feature. Then there's Intellect Design, or Intellect AI, that's one of the largest fintech platforms in the world. And they face significant performance and scalability challenges on their existing platforms, built on monolithic architectures on a relational database. By working with MongoDB, Intellect reduced customer onboarding times by 85% when they transformed their application, and development life cycles were sped up by as much as 200%. And then there's Australia's Bendigo Bank, who reduced the development time required to migrate a core banking application from a legacy relational database to MongoDB by 90%. With AI tooling, the bank was able to reduce the time spent running their tests from 80 hours to just 5 minutes. These customers are all from highly regulated industries. So if we can help these companies modernize, then we can help anyone modernize. So what makes AMP work so successfully is the fact that it covers the entire life cycle of modernization. So as you'd expect, code conversion is a critical aspect. But now let me be clear. AMP doesn't just take the whole code base and throw it at the LLM. Spoiler alert, that doesn't work. And believe me, we tried. Real applications have large, complex code bases that AI can't handle correctly on its own. And this is especially true when the applications are centered around database stored procedures in particular. Our tooling enables us to break down the problem into smaller pieces with guardrails around them. And then we work through the code base using an iterative automated process. When you perform code conversion, a critical input is the actual set of end-to-end functional tests that we generate up front. So this allows us to better guide the conversion process, but it also helps us then validate that what we've transformed is fit for purpose. We have tooling to assist, so we have tooling in AMP to assist with both creating the tests and then the validation, which includes executing the build, test, repair loop that follows to self-fix where possible. And obviously, you don't want to get into any modernization effort without first fully understanding the application and its code base. From identifying the most challenging and critical parts of the code to determining the best way to break down the monolith into more manageable microservices. And last but not least in AMP, once you've modernized the application, we need to migrate your production data. For this, we have tooling and methodologies available to help de-risk the last mile of getting the application to production. So as you can see, we cover every stage of the modernization process with AMP. So all of this is designed to bring applications into the modern world running anywhere on MongoDB, whether on-prem or in Atlas. And as a result, AMP means there's going to be fewer sleepless nights worrying about fragile systems and more days focused on innovation, building apps that differentiate your business on a truly modern AI-ready database. So I hope this gives you an idea of what we can do to help with modernization, and there's so much more to show. For that, we have a full session later where my colleagues Revathi and Jay will help show you AMP in action, and that includes a live demo. And then separately, we also have just released 3 new books to help guide you your overall MongoDB education, including Architectures for the AI-Ready Enterprise. This is a comprehensive field guide about how to build production AI with MongoDB, grounded in many customer use cases from many industries. So don't miss your chance to meet our expert authors at today's book signings, where you can actually get a free copy of the books as well. And they'll be at different times on the floor by where our MongoDB University area is. So over the last hour, we've covered a lot of ground. But no matter what your journey is, whether you're modernizing off legacy estates, powering new use cases with the latest AI capabilities, or running the most mission-critical applications on-prem or in the cloud, MongoDB gives you the foundation, the performance, and the freedom to build without limits. The next generation of applications will be faster, smarter, and more transformative than anything we've seen before. And we can't wait to see what you build. So thank you, everyone, and have a great day.
Please now make your way to the foyer, where refreshments, tea and coffee can be found whilst we reset the room for the next sessions. If you could please make sure to vacate the room.
Hi everyone, welcome. We are at the podcast session at MongoDB.local London. Here we have Igor from AWS. Igor, can you introduce yourself?
Sure, Efe. Hey, hi everyone. I am Igor Alexeyev. I'm a partner solutions architect at AWS, and I'm working exclusively with MongoDB, one of AWS' most important partners.
Yeah, nice. So to start off with, what are some of the coolest things that devs can do with the MongoDB MCP server?
Well, I mean, in general, MongoDB is a backend for all kind of sorts of generative AI applications. I am excited about MCP servers because MongoDB has developed a very nice MCP server with which you can generate any kind of queries that can go against MongoDB, and you can do it in the natural language. You're not limited. You don't have to know MQL as such. And well, like the cool things you can do, like with the QCLI chat, it's one of my favorite generative AI tools. You can, for example, ask it, find a collection for me that I have in my MongoDB database.
Okay.
You can ask it to take the data out of this collection, translate it into French, and load it back up into MongoDB, or you can ask it to load it into a S3, for example, if you want to store it on an AWS service. Because the QCLI chat knows both of these, both systems. It knows how to interact with S3, it knows how to interact with AWS, it also knows how to interact with MongoDB, and it's a great combination. And in effect, you can think of this as creating this ephemeral software which is only like run for like a short period of time, but it performs a task for you. If the QCLI chat needs to write a program, it will write a little program that interacts. It knows how to work with Python and stuff.
Nice.
So I love MCP server. So if you guys haven't tried out, check it out. Plug in into QChat. It plugs into QChat, QCLI chat. We have several products that help developers. So it will plug into QDeveloper plugin in Visual Studio Code, and we have like a newest newest development environment called Kiro.
Oh.
We can also plug into Kiro. So, for example, we just did a lightning talk, and where the prompt was develop a data API compatible program that goes after a collection.
Oh.
So because it's MCP server, it knows how to talk to MongoDB. It goes and looks at the collection, samples a couple of records, sees the schema, and based on the schema develops a REST service.
Nice.
Very cool. I mean, like, you don't need to even know what's in that schema.
Deployed locally?
It deploys, you can test and deploy locally, and then you can ask it, proceed to deploy to AWS. It knows how to deploy, because it's going to be Lambda, it knows how to deploy Lambda. You don't need to know as much. You just need to know, conceptually, you need to know the architecture and the software development. But as long as you kind of squint at it and it looks right, you can do it.
That's so super cool. So in that same light, there's also the conversation of Voyage AI models used with AWS.
Right.
Can you talk about that?
Yes. So MongoDB acquired Voyage AI. Voyage AI is a model provider which has many embeddings, great embeddings models, and you've heard about them in Keynote as well. I do want to say that these models are deployed on AWS. They are in the SageMaker Jumpstart and Amazon Bedrock catalog, model catalog. They're not in SageMaker Jumpstart yet. We're deployed. They're in AWS Marketplace and Bedrock model catalog. And you provision them, and to provision, it's a standard model provisioning mechanism. There is an endpoint, you have to size the endpoint, and then once endpoint provisioned with the model, you can interact with that. And you can generate your embeddings using Voyage AI models.
Nice.
And these are embeddings models that are needed for semantic search or vector search capabilities.
Great. That's so awesome. You mentioned the Kiro and the QCLI. For people who haven't used it or haven't experimented with it yet, could you highlight or talk a little bit about it?
Right. So QCLI, Kiro, and QDeveloper are our three kind of like developer-oriented AI services or AI products, we call them. They are special purpose-built products. Developers can deploy their applications. The one that stands out here is Kiro, because it has two modes. One is a vibe coding, which is a standard mode where you interact with the product and you just supply prompt. Kiro has a spec-driven development. Spec-driven development is a kind of next iteration in vibe coding.
Oh.
What you do is you say, you give it a prompt what you want to do, like what kind of product software you want to write. It will then go through standard stages of first, it will do requirements. Based on your prompt, it will do requirements. And the idea is you look at the requirements, you see if they meet what you're asking it about. Then it will generate design document based on the requirements. After the design document, it will generate the tasks. So requirements, design, and then tasks.
Okay, 3.
And the key thing about the task is that the tasks will be individually executed. And that manages complexity, because that's where vibe coding kind of falls apart, when things are getting too complex. Because it's one task at a time, it will start executing them, and it will create software for you. So if you're a new developer or you're experimenting, or even if you're a senior developer. For senior developers, it's a productivity game. It's like it increases their productivity, order of magnitude. For new developers, it's a quick way to interact, to experiment. If you don't know maybe how to deploy things, it will help you.
Okay.
You just say, I want to deploy it on AWS as Lambda function, it will figure out how to do it. For the experienced developers, they know how it needs to be done. Maybe you don't remember the exact command. That is super helpful.
Nice. That's so nice to hear. Also, talking about, there's this new tool, I'm sure you know about it, that MongoDB Atlas Stream Processing.
Yes.
I know you've had some experience. Would you like to share?
Yeah, this is a great example of innovation that we both do, MongoDB and AWS. You've developed Atlas Stream Processing. It's for processing streams of data.
Yeah.
And recently there was added a capability for plugging in Lambda. Lambda can be, of course, data can originate from MongoDB. You can also do it from Kafka, from MSK on AWS. But you've recently added Lambda. Lambda can serve as a transformation mechanism.
Okay.
Basically, data goes through the Atlas Stream Processing, and you need to do a custom transformation, so you take advantage of Lambda's capabilities. And then base data is deposited and processed later on. Or you can terminate it in Lambda, so make it act as a sink.
Okay.
In this case, so a good example, let's say you want to extract data from MongoDB Atlas and you want to store it in Redshift. That's how you can do it. So Lambda will collect the data and insert them in the Redshift table.
Nice.
In this way, it's available for analytics later.
That means that there's a continuous sync of data from one point to the other, and there are no duplicates or disparities between. Okay.
Because you will be using upsert basically if it's a logic. If it's existing record, you update it. In a new record, you insert it. Yes.
Okay, that's so great to know. Coming back to a previous question on Cairo, right? You mentioned the requirements and then the steps going through from process to process. These are interlocked steps, right? It's like the first one needs to go through successfully before the next one. What are certain things that developers should consider when they are working with Cairo?
Pay attention to what it generates. Make sure you read the requirements. Like, if your requirements are not right, then the design will be wrong. And then read through design, because if your design is wrong, the task will be wrong. You read through the task, because if the tasks are wrong, you'll generate wrong code. So you cannot just let it run, because it is overly helpful. So let's say maybe you're fine with the simple retry logic, but but you have to make sure it's a simple retry logic, not exponential backout. You might suggest, because exponential backout is better, right? It might over-engineer, or it's trying to be overly helpful. Depending on what you're doing, it may or may not suit your needs. So read before they sign that contract, right?
That's great.
Yes.
Yeah. That really makes sense. On that note, with the over-engineering and over-helping, that's something that most developers, senior developers, tend to advise other developers or junior developers not to do. So it's great that you mentioned that. What's one key takeaway from all this that you want to say when working with MongoDB, Voyage AI models, and AWS when building applications?
Well, we have a great combination. You can build generative AI applications on AWS with MongoDB Atlas. MongoDB Atlas has many capabilities that are perfectly suited for that. You have semantic search for things that you need to approximately match, right? You have text search, which is another way to find the contents. Then you have direct lookup capabilities, just through match, right? Well, sometimes if you're writing generative AI application about banking, right? You don't want to semantically search for your account. You want exactly your account and nobody else's. So MongoDB has all these capabilities to get the right data for a generative AI application, and then you can use AWS services to interact with LLMs, and to build the application and deploy it.
That's such a beautiful coupling. Thank you so much for being here, Igor, and thank you so much for being here listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
I'm confused. MongoDB is a non-relational database. That means you can't store relationships in MongoDB, right?
Well, Jesse, that's a little confusing, isn't it? But you actually can store relationships in MongoDB, even very complicated relationships. They are just stored differently than you are used to in relational database. Instead of non-relational, think of MongoDB as non-tabular. We even have a tool to help you modernize your applications by migrating from old relational database to MongoDB. It's called Relational Migrator.
Interesting. Well, which databases can it migrate from?
You can use it with PostgreSQL, MySQL, Oracle, and several others. It's pretty flexible.
That seems too good to be true. What about data migration, stored procedures, schema modeling? I mean, MongoDB is schemaless.
Well, not exactly. MongoDB has a flexible schema, but you can define a schema and make it as rich as you would like. It's up to you. With Relational Migrator, you can migrate data, including stored procedure, and even help model your schema with a user-friendly interface. And it's not too good to be true. It's a super tool, but it still relies on the expertise of architects and MongoDB specialists to guide the migration process effectively.
I got it. So it's more of an advanced tool for those who already know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not hard to learn. Let me tell you a little more about why you should use Relational Migrator to create our applications, okay?
Okay. I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Ricardo Mello, Senior Developer Advocate over here at MongoDB. And today we're going to talk about Relational Migrator. But before we dive into the tool itself, let's take a step back and understand some important concepts that set MongoDB apart from the traditional relations database. One key concept is scalability, which refers to the ability of a database to handle more data and traffic without losing performance. Well, traditional relational database typically scale vertically. Okay, but what does this mean? It means they require more powerful hardware such as CPU, RAM, and storage as demand grows. However, this approach has some limitations. For example, there are always a physical cap on how much a single machine can handle, making upgrade expensive and sometimes impractical. MongoDB, on the other hand, is built for horizontal scaling using a technique called sharding. So instead of relying on a single powerful machine, MongoDB distributes data across multiple servers, known as shards. Each shard stores part of the data, and if more capacity is needed, just add more servers. This ensures high availability, keeping the system operational, even if some shards fail. And, of course, there's flexibility. MongoDB is built for flexible data. Unlike relational database with rich tables and predefined columns, MongoDB uses documents, structured like JSON object. Each document can store data in any format such as string, double, date, and even object, and different documents in the same collection don't need to have the same field. So, for example, if we want to add a new field, address, to the document reference code 2, we can simply update it without needing to modify other documents. Now that we've covered the advantages of MongoDB, the question is, why is migration to MongoDB so important? What benefits can a migration offer? Well, to answer this question, let's talk about the challenges of legacy relation systems. First, they are often unnecessarily complex with rigid schemas, database-level code, and complicated application logic. This makes them hard to modify, difficult to scale, and honestly, no fun for anyone involved, right? Migrating to MongoDB gives you a modern experience, agile development, and real scalability. Well, with its flexible schema, built-in scalability, and high availability, MongoDB lets you handle growing workloads, adapt quickly to new requirements, and scale easily without the limitations of traditional database. Okay, I know you are already convinced to use MongoDB, but you are wondering, how do I bring my relational data into MongoDB? What are the common challenges, right? The first challenge is to answer the question, how do I start? What modules should I migrate first? A typical company has hundreds of applications. Think of a system with a customer management module and a sales module. Which should I migrate first? This is a common question that challenges us during the migration process. Next, we need to understand what a modern schema is. How should I model my data in this modern era? With this answer in hand, we arrive at how do I put my data into the new schema? How will the data be transformed and converted into NoSQL, considering performance and security? And last but not least, what happens to my application code, that old code? How do I transform and adapt it to work with MongoDB? And that's where the Relational Migrator comes in, a tool designed to help you migrate your relational workloads to MongoDB. With Relational Migrator, the migration process becomes simple and well-defined, following 4 key steps. First, connect to your relational database and analyze its schemas. This gives you a solid starting point without the need for manual effort. Next, create an optimized MongoDB schema based on your existing relational model. Once the schema is ready, transfer your data from Oracle, PostgreSQL, MySQL to MongoDB, minimizing risks and downtime. And finally, take your migration step further by automatically generating application code and converting SQL queries. And it's important to keep in mind that Relational Migrator is not a magic solution that will instantly modernize your applications, meaning it requires careful planning and doesn't automatically fix everything. Also, MongoDB Relational Migrator is not a replacement for the expertise of architects and MongoDB specialists, so it still requires skilled professionals to guide and oversee the migration process. And finally, it's not capable of solving every migration challenge today, meaning some complexity may still need custom solutions and adjustment during the migration. But it is a set of tools designed to improve productivity and reduce risks in migration projects. Migrator is built for experienced architects. This means designed for professionals who understand the complexities of database migration and can leverage the tool effectively. And finally, it's continuously evolved based on feedbacks and results. This means it's always improved with new features and updates driven by user feedback and real-world experience. Great, now that we've learned a bit more about Relational Migrator, it's time to move on to the practical part. In the next video, we will walk you through migrating a relational workload to MongoDB. So stay tuned and see you soon.
Hey everyone, so welcome back to the podcast desk here at MongoDB.local London. I am Luz Carter and I have the pleasure of saying that today I'm joined by Max Marcon, who is the Director of Product Management here at MongoDB. So first of all, welcome. Can you tell us a bit more about what it is that you actually do at MongoDB? So what product it is that you directly manage?
Yeah, hey Luz, thank you. Super happy to be here. So at MongoDB, my portfolio includes developer tools. That's Compass, Shell, VS Code extension, all the user suspect that helps developers move fast when they build on MongoDB. And then I've got the other side of the world that is client libraries, frameworks, AI frameworks, and so on. But I guess today we'll focus more on developer tools, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously we obviously saw last year that we announced some amazing tools like for VS Code, for example. What big and exciting new developer tools have we announced today, going to announce that we can tell people all about?
Yeah, that's a very great question. So today actually we are launching a new feature, a new capability for Compass and Data Explorer. It's an AI assistant built into the tool so that developers right there, without going somewhere else, they can ask questions about MongoDB, whether it's general knowledge questions like how do I do embedding versus referencing when I model my schema. It could be more detailed questions like I'm thinking about this query, what's the right syntax for it? Or we also have some useful entry points to help developers move faster and understand what they're doing, potential performance issues, and so on. In Explain Plan, which, as you know, is a feature in Compass to understand the performance of your query, for example. We know that the more expert users are able to understand, oh, I did a collection scan here, therefore I need an index. This could be a bit more challenging for newer users or for users who find themselves in front of a very complex Explain Plan. So now we've got a new entry point, it's called Interpret for Me. And so it will take the Explain Plan give it to the built-in assistant, and the assistant will respond with a general summary about the query, the performance issues of the query, and the recommendations on how to improve it, like create an index, change the query this way, change your schema this way. So I feel that's very very insightful for someone who isn't necessarily super familiar with the query syntax or with the pros and cons of a certain schema versus another. It really gives them the ability to find a more performant query, a more performant schema.
Amazing, and I guess kind of in terms of, so you say it's like an AI assistant, so it will kind of, how will it be presented to the users inside of Compass? It will be like almost like a chat button that they can click, or is it part of, I know at the moment we have existing things like natural language processing in Compass where you can ask it, say, in the box above the like entry box for writing queries, for example, you can say what you want to achieve. So will it be kind of similar to that, or will it be like a chat thing that comes up?
It will be both. So there will be a chat experience. So on the right-hand side of either Compass or Data Explorer in Atlas, you can activate a chatbot kind of interface where you can write natural language text, ask questions, get answers. Or inside the explain plan, for example, and in the future in other entry points around the experience, there's a button that has a little like star kind of thing, and opens up the assistant, passes the context where you are in the explain plan case, the explain plan, and sends it to the chat, so then you can keep the interacting there.
Oh wow! So it's really, really going to help people to kind of not just understand, but actually produce things more quickly. And I was saying to you before we went live, I'm a huge fan of all these developer tools because they might not necessarily always be the biggest and shiniest thing, but actually they're the things that day to day make such a huge difference to not just learning, but also just like velocity and how quickly people can create things. So I think it's amazing.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about accelerating developers and helping them make the best choices. And so this is another step in that direction.
Yeah, so you're talking about explain plans and how it can help you with those. Is it something that you see people needing help with quite a lot? Because I know sometimes the things like explain plans can be kind of hidden away from developers at a code level. Certainly some of our drivers, for example, don't even expose explain plans without, like run commands, for example, and so, because they consider it an admin kind of thing. So do you see like quite a lot of usage from people? Do you think it's going to be developers that use things like explaining the explain plan, or do you think it's more likely to be something that can help analysts, which just shows that these tools are not just about developers, but actually a whole spectrum of personas that work with MongoDB?
Right, I think there are two answers to that question. So first of all, I think it's going to be developers, and while it's true that not necessarily everybody remembers to look at the explain plan when they add a new query to their application, we want more people to do that, because what typically happens is that you start working on your application, you start with not a lot of users, not a lot of data, and everything works great. Like MongoDB is great. You don't need almost, you forget about indexes and the application still works very well, it's fast and everything. But then as your application becomes more popular and you start getting more users, there's more data in the database, you have like suddenly like 1 million documents in your collection, then you start seeing the impact of not having looked at that explain plan early on. So with this capability, and not just in Compass, by the way, like we have other tools where this is exposed. You can use the MCP server and have your AI agent consult the explain plan. But we really want you to do that early in the process so that you don't regret that later on when your application becomes super popular. And then the other answer to that question is that with AI, we see a lot of non-super technical users who are building applications, and they might not have the entire context of like a database and performance, pros and cons of a certain database and the choices they make. Therefore, enabling these less technical users in going in the right direction, I think it's something that we should be doing as well, and this is one step in that direction too.
Amazing, and obviously you mentioned MCP during that, and I believe we recently GA'd MCP as well?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, of course. So MCP, the Model Context Protocol server that we launched initially for MongoDB back in May, I believe, is a way to provide a set of tools to LLMs and agentic experiences so that it can interact with MongoDB in the best way. And the idea is that, let's say you use Cloud to build your applications that are on MongoDB, right? We want to make sure that the code these tools produce is the most accurate and the most relevant for the type of data that you stored in your database. The MCP server exposes the context about the database to the LLMs, to your coding agents, so that we make possible to generate the best application code. And yes, we did GA that back in September at .local New York, and we've seen adoption grow extremely quickly. Already when it was in public preview, but with GA, it really started going up a lot. And we see that customers are being very successful in adopting it for their AI coding practices in tools like Cursor or Cloud Code, in VS Code with the Agentic Copilot version. And we're also seeing some customers who are exploring using it to build actual applications on top of MongoDB with MCP Server.
Wow, that's amazing. And what would you say are kind of features or things that you're most excited about that have come out recently, or things like that maybe is worth people watching and listening today actually going away and trying out today?
So there is a lot around AI. We talked about AI assistant. There is also the natural language query generation that has been there for a while, and I feel customers keep enjoying and really being productive with that. In general, I would also look at how the different tools fit within your developer workflow. So when you start on your laptop, we have a very comprehensive local offering that includes the core database, search and vector search. I think that's the best way to get started on your laptop to build applications and AI applications. Then when we go into writing the code, we have our IDE integrations. I don't know if everybody is familiar, for example, with MongoDB for IntelliJ, which we launched in public preview earlier this year. That's available to everybody now, and that's also a very interesting plugin to try for Java developers, because when you add it to your IntelliJ, it really inspects your MongoDB cluster, the cluster you're working with, and that also gives you recommendations about unindexed queries and other performance insights, because really we want to catch these potential problems very early in the development process so that they don't make it to production.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've seen that from, obviously I don't necessarily directly speak to customers in the same way, but I speak to developers all the time, and we have a look at things like Reddit, and we talk to our developers where they're at out and about, and a lot of the time we see is a lot of the myths about MongoDB or the misunderstandings stem from people that don't make the right choices at the beginning, from whether it's just data modeling or and that almost drives so much of these things, like the queries that are run and things like that. So having these AI assistants, I think it's going to just change the game in helping people from like you say, any experience level, from really junior up to really experienced, just to have a better experience.
Yeah. And we're out of time.
Yes, that's okay. So, well, thank you for joining me. That was a really good conversation. So I definitely recommend that people go away and try it out today. So thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
No worries.
Organize your application by moving to MongoDB. This video is for you. Today, I'm going to show you how to migrate a relational model in PostgreSQL to MongoDB using Relational Migrator. We will be migrating a library management system where books can have multiple authors, authors can write multiple books, and users can borrow books and leave reviews. We will go through the entire process: download a relational migrator, establish connection, map our structure, generate code based on the collections, and finally migrate the entire workload to MongoDB Atlas. By the end, we will have a well-structured schema in MongoDB, taking full advantage of its flexibility. And if you want to learn why you should modernize and migrate from relational to MongoDB, go watch this video. I'm Ricardo Mello, Senior Developer Advocate at MongoDB, based in Brazil. So let's get started. Okay, so let's start by downloading Relational Migrator. Okay, so first we need to access this link here and click download. Okay, then select the platform that matches your operating system, download and install it on your machine. Okay, so I've already done this step before, so I just need to open Relational Migrator. Okay, so as you can observe, we have here two options to create a new project. import from an existing relational migrator project, or start from scratch, okay? In this option, we can use a sample schema. This is super useful if you don't have a relational workload running and you want to explore it to itself. So you can click here and select these tables and start to use and explore relational migrator, okay? You have this other option, import from a SQL file or connect to a live database, okay? So I'm gonna use this option for this example today, okay? So I'm gonna click here in connect database. I'm gonna select add a new connection, and here we need to provide to inform relational migrator which database, which source database we want to bring our relational workload to MongoDB. In our case here, I'm using PostgreSQL, so I'm going to select PostgreSQL, and here I need to inform the connection string, okay? So as you can observe, I've already have my instance of PostgreSQL running here. So, and you can observe the tables, users, reviews, issue details, books, okay? So if you want to follow the same steps, I will provide this command for you. So you just need to run a Docker image or start and start the Docker container, okay? So you can find both of these commands in the description of this video, all right? Okay, so returning here in relational migrator, now it's time to establish the connection. So I'm gonna select localhost, Postgres, and test the connection. All right, everything's fine. So now click connect. Okay, here are the tables that we have on our Postgres relational model. Okay, so I'm gonna select all of them because I want to migrate all of them and click next. Okay, so here I have some options, the global casing. I will keep the camel case as default, okay, but I could choose, for example, snake case. And here I have this option, start with a recommended MongoDB schema. This is super useful because MongoDB can recommend which tables should become top level, okay? So if you remember our MongoDB desired schema, you will remember that we have 5 collections. So let's check them. So I want the users table becomes a users collection, reviews to issue details, and authors, okay? And the other tables will be an embeddable, all right? And then I'm gonna click here in next. And finally, I need to provide a project name. I'm gonna call this as library, okay? All right, now let's start mapping our structure, okay? So first, as you can see, we have here main diagram. At the top, we have our relational workload, our PostgreSQL relational model with all its tables, okay? And below we have our desired MongoDB schema. I'm gonna click here in the corner and select MDB as I want only this view, okay? Then I'm gonna click here in project settings and clicking single inherited primary key. This means we are telling relational migrator to detect all primary key coming from PostgreSQL and sets them as _ID, okay? Then I'm gonna toggle suggested mappings to get some tips from relational migrator.
Oh. Hi everyone, welcome back to the podcast session at MongoDB.local London. Here with me, I have Genevieve from MongoDB. Genevieve, could you give us a little bit of intro about yourself?
Yes, of course, and thank you so much for having me. So my name is Genevieve Broadhead. I'm MongoDB's global lead for retail, media, telco, and edge solutions. I've been here at Mongo for 5.5 years, so you know, one of the old timers, I think, now in a company like ours today. And my job is to help our customers understand what is the best practice architecture for modern application buildings within those different industries. So whether you're building a predictive maintenance application for telecommunications networks, or an e-commerce application, or inventory management, that all comes from me and my team.
Nice. So I know you are more into search and on-premise stuff. So to start off with, could you tell us a little bit about MongoDB search capabilities from the product's perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. So MongoDB has been investing into search technology for a long time now. Back in 2019, we first launched Atlas Search. So for Atlas, our fully managed database as a service, we integrated Apache Lucene, so you could add search to your applications without having to manage a whole different search cluster. Then 2023, the whole world changed when generative AI and ChatGPT went live. We were pretty hot off the gates adding vector search and the ability to do vector search indexing to our Atlas platform, I think 2023 in the first few months. The gap that we had always was our enterprise customers. We have a large amount of customers using MongoDB Atlas, our fully managed database as a service, but we also have a huge amount of large customers who are using and running MongoDB self-managed in their own database centers, in their own private clouds. And we also have a huge startup community, developers developing on their laptops the next generation of software applications. We don't know what they're doing. And those customers weren't actually able to make use of our advanced search capabilities.
Oh. Okay, so that's how the whole idea of bringing search from Atlas to enterprise and community came about.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Nice.
As a product organization, we want to support all our customers, no matter where they're building. And so as of .local New York, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we've announced the public preview of our MongoDB search and vector search for every MongoDB deployment, Enterprise Advanced, community on your laptop, etc. So you can go on site on our website today, download it, install it, and start building applications from day one that have advanced AI and search capabilities.
Nice, that's so nice. So if I wanted to start using Atlas Search on premise today, how would I go about it? What are certain things I should consider, things I should keep in mind?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, doesn't matter where your MongoDB is running today. As I said, laptop, data center, private cloud, etc. All you need is a running MongoDB cluster, so 8.0.1 or 8.2 preferably plus. You need a Kubernetes environment to run our new to run the custom resource, and you also need to be using the MongoDB controllers for Kubernetes. Then you go on our website, download the custom resource, and actually within minutes you'll be able to spin up a Kubernetes cluster hosting the search and MongoDB vector search capabilities. From there, you just build your indexes, and straight away you can start querying your data and putting in full text search with fuzzy matching, autocomplete, etc. But also vector search, which is able to get to the true desire of what you're looking for. So, for example, full text search is perfect for the types of queries where you know what you're looking for.
Exactly.
You want a size 38 shoe, you might even know the brand and the product name and the color you're looking for. But what if you're just watching something, or you see something on TikTok and you're seeing like Bad Bunny at a Knicks game wearing this cool pair of runners? Can I go to an e-commerce website and search for that and actually get what I want? Semantic search kind of understands the true desire of the customer's intent. And more modern customers are expecting that, not only in e-commerce, but also when we're interacting with the systems that we need to do our jobs. So that could also be a store employee looking for a recommendation for what makeup to offer you. It could be someone in a grocery store trying to understand what's the optimal layout for my shelving. Different ways of searching and consuming data, but most importantly with Atlas, it's just one API, whether you're doing normal database queries and commands, full text search queries, or vector search.
Nice. So with MongoDB search and vector search, what are some benefits that our customers are going to enjoy by using these tools?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, one is that better experience for their customers and the users of their applications. But second, and really importantly for developers and operators, it's much easier to install and manage than having separate clusters, separate things to understand. The traditional setup to add this to your application would be you'd need an operational database, then you'd need a search database, and then you might need a separate vector database. Managing the movement and synchronicity of the data between those databases, keeping it up to date, keeping your indexes up to date, even when you're, for example, adding new products to the catalog all the time, needing new embeddings, that's really tricky.
Yeah.
We really want developers to be able to focus their time on building new features for their applications, new functionality to delight their customers, not to be building these data pipelines. And so with MongoDB search and vector search, no matter where you're using it, we're managing that integration of the data. We're keeping it up to sync. We're keeping the indexes synced.
Yeah.
And so you don't need to worry about that. It's going to work itself. It's a lot easier to operate and maintain. The third one for developers, it's a lot easier and fast to code against. Instead of needing to know potentially 3 different query languages, you can do it all within MongoDB. So if you're already, which potentially you are if you're listening to this podcast, familiar with the MongoDB query language, MQL, within our aggregation pipeline, there's just 2 extra stages, the $search and $vector search. It should be pretty easy to get up and running with them without having to learn a whole different technology, making it really easy and quick for you to develop new features for your applications.
Yeah, those sounds like 3 solid points, and I'm sure people who are listening would really love to explore and see how it benefits their enterprises. You did mention full text search and vector search. What are the differences between the two for people who don't know, and what are very good use cases? So the benefits of that, what they are, and use cases for full text search and vector search.
Yeah, absolutely. So full text search is like exact keyword matching. So let's say I'm looking for a blue dress, but I've mistyped blue, or I'm saying gown instead of dress. Those kind of synonyms, autocomplete, fuzzy matching, if I've almost typed something correctly, are what you would expect from a full text search experience with like a modern full text search engine. What vector search or semantic search does is slightly different. What we're doing is taking your data, we're running it through an AI model to generate vector embeddings. This is how a machine can understand the complex similarities between different products. It's comparing these vectors in vector space to each other. So it takes in your query, blue gown, and it automatically understands that you might be looking for an azul dress or a linen something else, etc. And the power is actually when you combine those 2 methods of search together. First of all, using full text search to narrow down the result set, that also improves performance. So we're going from blue to everything like blue, etc.
Okay.
Then you use vector search to understand exactly which ones might be closest to your true desire. Then re-ranking models on top of that are used to resort the results, so the most relevant retrieved results are going to surface on top.
Nice. So that's the difference between the full text search and vector search, and the use cases in which we could use either full text search or vector search. Between the 2, would you say it's best used independently or combined?
I would say combined.
Okay.
And I've got a whole session talking about this later.
Okay.
The future of search, I strongly believe, is a hybrid search functionality where you're using the best of both worlds. So what full text search is great at is precision, making sure you're getting exactly what you're looking for because the exact word is matched.
Exactly.
What vector search is good is about understanding like the more kind of complex desire of what you're looking for. So recalling more things. You don't like this, well this is similar, this is similar, this is similar. In reality, in a search, you want the best of both worlds. So combining full text and vector together to create a hybrid search experience is going to give your customers, your users, exactly what you're looking for.
I also believe that. Could you give us examples from the retail sector where hybrid search and vector search provide value? Because I'm sure you've had some experience talking to customers and in the retail sector. Could you give us a little bit on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, when you think of retail, you're thinking of like e-commerce search. So we've all interacted with that. We all know that that's a huge area. But the big shift we've seen in the last few years as Gen Zs are entering the workforce, etc., is that we're actually expecting search in almost every single application we're interacting with. The old days used to be like e-commerce, bells and whistles, super flashy search, but then the person in the back office is manually typing in an order ID number. If you're getting the number wrong, nothing's coming up, etc. How can we bring that search experience to everyone? Our customer care service operators potentially, who can search for the semantic meaning of what a customer is asking for and get the recommendation back. Recommendations is another great example. In fact, if you go to our MongoDB Architecture Center, we've got a great solution talking about how you can take digital receipt data from customers' invoices and create a personalized recommendation based on the semantic matching between what that customer has just bought and what they might like to buy the next time they come onto your website.
Nice. Because a lot of these shopping like websites and the rest, I think they do have something involved in there to help you find similar searches. So that's a very, very good use case of that. What's one thing that people should keep in mind when, I mean, we did mention hybrid search, which is having the best of both worlds, which is a very good use case. What's one key takeaway that people should consider when working with any of the searches, like with text, full text search or hybrid search or vector search?
It's a good question. I think one thing that has held people back from putting search into applications is kind of the operational complexity and sprawl. I would say, rather than keeping something in mind, I would encourage people to go ahead, add search functionality to your applications. And one thing to keep in mind is that it's not just the end user who will be searching through your data. Think of an agentic world where agents will want to be querying and using your data. For them to understand your data, you need vector embeddings. That's how they're going to understand the similarity behind things. So I would say, just because an application doesn't have a search bar doesn't mean it doesn't need that search query functionality under the hood.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for having us here. I mean, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you so much for watching and listening. If you have any questions, yes.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Have a nice day.
Okay, I've been playing around with the new OpenAI Agents SDK for TypeScript, and I just wanted to share what I've learned because it's actually pretty cool stuff. And if you've been working with AI agents before, you've probably seen that most of the tooling has been Python-based. And there are other TypeScript tools out there, but we finally have one from OpenAI themselves. But there's just one thing. It's missing a key feature that every developer needs. More about that in a bit. So let me start with the basics. The OpenAI Agents SDK for TypeScript is based around two main ideas. First, it gives you enough features to build real applications without overwhelming you with complexity. And second, it works great out of the box, but still lets you customize things when you need to. So here is a basic example of what that actually looks like. Very simple. You import agent, run, you create your agent, and you run it. That's it. But the SDK gives you a lot more than just a basic chat functionality. We go down here, we can see agent loops. The agent loops handle all of the back and forth between your LLM and any tools that you want to use. And you don't have to manage any of that conversation flow manually. And then it's TypeScript first. This design means that you get proper type safety and IntelliSense and all the things that you're used to with a TypeScript library. Handoffs let you coordinate between multiple specialized agents. So think of having one agent that handles customer questions and another that processes refunds. Then guardrails add validation rules that run alongside your agent. And this helps with safety, reliability, which is important when you're building production applications. Then function tools let you convert any TypeScript function into something your agent can use. The schema generation happens automatically, which saves you a lot of time. And then the tracing feature gives you visibility into what your agent is actually doing, which is very helpful when you're debugging and trying to optimize for performance. And if you want to build voice-based agents, there's support for real-time interactions with interruption detection and context management. So many cool features built right in. Now here's where things get interesting. Most AI agents are stateless, and they forget about everything between conversations. And the OpenAI Agents SDK is no exception. But when you add memory, your agents can actually remember past interactions and build on them and use them as context in future interactions. So that's the key feature here that's missing. It doesn't include built-in history or memory persistence, leaving conversational persistence for developers to implement based on their needs. And I think that that was an excellent design choice. With MongoDB as your memory provider, your agents can maintain conversational context, recognize returning users, learn from past interactions, and you can track performance over time for analysis and optimization. So let me show you how this works in code. And this is a high-level abstraction of how you would implement memory with the OpenAI Agents SDK and MongoDB. The flow here is pretty simple. Every conversation gets a unique ID. The ID is derived from context. When a user sends a message, that message gets stored in the database. We create our agent. We grab our history, we format the history, and then we run the agent, giving it all of that context. After the agent responds, we store that back in our conversation history in MongoDB. And this is a big deal for TypeScript developers. We don't have to deal with Python. Sorry, Python developers. There's no complex language bridges. Or if we do know Python, there's no context switching. Everything works natively within our existing JavaScript and TypeScript applications. We get strong typing through the entire process. That means there's fewer runtime errors, better developer experience. And since this is just JavaScript, you can use this in Node.js backends, Next.js, etc. So once you have this set up, you can build some pretty cool things. Maybe customer support agents that remember previous tickets from the same customer, personal assistants, educational tools that track students' progress and adapt to their specific learning style, research assistants, stock market analysis agents maybe that track trading patterns and provide personalized investment recommendations based on historical performance. The sky's the limit. So if you want to try this out, I've put together a template that includes everything that we've covered here today. You can get to it in the link in the video description below. It's the OpenAI Agents SDK with MongoDB template in the MongoDB Developer GenAI Showcase repository, completely free. So the OpenAI SDK for TypeScript, that's a mouthful. It gives us new tools for working with AI in our native language. Adding MongoDB as a memory provider takes it to the next level by creating agents that can actually learn and improve over time. The combination of the SDK's agent capabilities and MongoDB's flexible document model gives you a solid foundation for building AI applications that can grow with your users' needs. So I'm curious to see what you are going to build with this. If you create something cool, drop a link in the comments. And if you found this helpful, give it a like and subscribe for more content like this. Okay.
When I feel sad, I escape from my sins. Lately music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to the hell. The only way to keep it at a distance. That's when I listen. Music is the reason why I stay. A cheery melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason. The music is the reason why I someone's listening. I see the signs when I seek for the lights. I know it's bad when I forget myself. Lately music's been my self-reminder. My self-reminder. Music is the reason why I stay.
everyone. So welcome back to the podcast desk here at MongoDB.local London. I'm thrilled to say that I'm joined by one of my favorite colleagues in the DevRel team, Veronica. So first of all, welcome, Veronica. Do you want to introduce yourself and talk about what it is that you do here at MongoDB?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Luz. I'm here from the States, and I lead our MongoDB developer community team, so that kind of encompasses everything that we do in terms of community programs, whether that's our Champions program, our Creators program, our user groups, what we're doing on forums. I'm privileged enough to lead a team that manages that.
Amazing. So there's quite a few different pieces there that you mentioned that you manage. So you've got things like the Creators program and the Champions program. Now, for those that don't know, Veronica and I have worked a lot together over the past couple of years with the program and helping with nominees and interviews and stuff. So can you just tell people a bit more about the Champions and Creators program and kind of why it exists and what kind of things you get involved in with it?
Yeah, so with our champions, those are our kind of most dedicated community leaders. They're everyone from people that are language leaders, to customers, to partners, to people that have created ODMs for us in the open source space. So yeah, we really created the program so that we wanted to recognize how much these community members are doing for MongoDB, whether that's writing tutorials about us, giving talks, contributing code. So we have you can't apply. It's an internal nomination process, and current champions can also nominate folks. And so yeah, we bring them into this great cohort. We bring them to an annual champion summit. So many of them are here. 35 of them are here here in London for a 2-day summit with us, from everywhere from Beijing to New Zealand to Sao Paulo to the US, around the globe. And they get like perks like coming here, getting 2 days of product briefings, access to our experts, and it's just really a great way for us to like recognize how important our community is to us and to help give those top leaders of our community more knowledge and more access so that they can continue to share with the rest of our community about MongoDB.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, personally, I love our champions and all our members of the community, whether they're champions or not, because they're the people that are choosing to use their time and energy to shout about how great we are, to teach people, to write books, do all these things. So, and I love the fact that you bring them together every year and that they're around from different parts of the world. And like you mentioned, they get product briefings and things like that. So it's access to things that they wouldn't get otherwise. Mm-hmm. And you also mentioned things like mugs. So obviously they're MongoDB user groups, but we love those as well. So
we do. We have a very robust community, and if you're not involved in our community, guess what? You probably are, because we consider any of our users part of our developer community. So would love to get you engaged if you're not currently doing something with our team. But yeah, we have the MongoDB user group program, and all of those are hosted on meetup.com now. So you can just globally search and see if there's one in your area. We have them everywhere from Lagos to Sydney to Mexico City, all over the globe. We have about 50 active groups right now, and so they're your typical tech meetup, typically after work, but in India, they're like all-day Saturday events with lots of hands-on workshops, so kind of whatever tech meetups typically look like in your town, but a chance for developers to get together, learn from each other, share their knowledge, and really hopefully kind of build together and be able to kind of create that support smaller community for people that are using MongoDB, and of course all of our adjacent technologies and partners in your local city.
Amazing. And so can anyone start a mug? Like if you've got an enthusiasm for MongoDB and you think, you know what, my city doesn't have one anywhere near it, and that's just an absolute shame, like that's a travesty, I need to fix that right now. How can someone start a mug?
Yeah, that is a great question. So you can go to, just Google kind of MongoDB user group leader application, and we do have an application, and then what we do is we intake that and we just look at our team, because of course there's just limited resourcing and limited time for our team. So we do talk, when we get a mug leader application, we do really talk to the local team, because they know exactly what the developer population is and how much we can support. And then we kind of I reach out, or one of my team members reach out, and just have a conversation to get to know you better, learn more about your experiences, and then we kind of decide if it's a good fit, and for us to be able to start up a new mug with you and partner with you on that. And yeah, or otherwise, like if we can't, we talk about different other opportunities for you to get involved in the program.
Yeah, so obviously if people start a mug for the first time, they get a lot of support from MongoDB, don't they? Like, it's not like you just get accepted and then get thrown in at the deep end.
Right.
Like, your whole team is incredible at helping people.
Yes, we have a long mug playbook with all the details that tells you every step of the way and how to, request reimbursement for events and how to request swag and all of that fun stuff, for sure.
Yeah, amazing. So one of the other things obviously you and your team manage is community outside of things like that, so things like forums. Now, this is a big change for us in our team this year. One of the things we've done is shift a lot from our sort of first-party community forums into actually going to where developers are, like Reddit and Stack Overflow, for example. So a lot of people watching this might go, oh my God, finally, people from MongoDB are going to show up where we're looking.
Yeah.
Kind of what's the story around that and kind of what's going on in that space at the moment?
Yeah. We, of course, we're really looking at where our developers were, and after lots of conversations with the team, decided that's the best place, like you said, to meet developers where they are, instead of always asking them to come to us and to our forums. So we have made that change, but I'm really excited because of what we're transitioning the forum into. We really don't have a place, like even at this .local event, and for the last multiple years that I've been doing this, people will ask, how do I join the MongoDB community? And I'll be like, well, you already are part of the MongoDB community because you're using MongoDB, but we never really had like a space to send them. So we're going to transition our forum into a community hub, which I'm really excited about, a place where we can more so highlight what community members are doing. Also a place where people can share with us, like, hey, I'm building this really cool thing, or hey, I wrote this really cool article. Of course, we're going to be going out and looking for those people too, but it's more of a place where we can really have our community share with us what they're doing, all the amazing things, and then get them support as well. So we're calling it a community hub. It's going to launch, and don't want to share the launch day. We're hoping
watch this space, basically.
Watch the space launch this year before the end of the year, but that's our plan.
Amazing. And I think what I love about community is how it's almost like it's not a linear journey necessarily, but there's just so much overlap. Like one of our new champions this year, Marcus, I'm interviewing later, I've had the pleasure of writing articles with for like 2 years as a guest author as part of that program that you also oversee as well. And like I know from experience as one of the people that's helped work with authors that your team does an amazing job of finding incredible authors to come and work with us, and kind of it's amazing to see people go from content creators or just advocates for MongoDB to becoming champions and just really getting involved in the community, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, working in the community space for so many years, it's just amazing, the knowledge that these people have, that, our champions, our creators, our MongoDB developers that we talk to here have about MongoDB, and how passionate they are and how willing they are to help others. Really, right? That's what community is all about, like sharing your knowledge, giving back, figuring out how you can build cool things together, or help someone troubleshoot an issue that they're having. So it's very heartwarming week for me. I love this week being with all the champions and a lot of my teammates here, and it's really great.
Amazing. So how would you say community, the MongoDB community, not just kind of the bits that you do, but just in general, it's kind of evolved over the past couple of years? Because obviously so much has changed. For example, AI has come in, and so a lot of that may be kind of, it actually, people might think, oh, you don't need as many experts in the community because actually you've got AI, but actually AI is being trained on all the amazing things that the community are doing. So kind of not just AI, but in general, like how have you seen the community space change over the past couple of years?
Yeah, that's a great space. From what I've seen, being here the 3 years at MongoDB, the community has definitely been growing, and it's definitely got more connected, I think. I've seen a lot more engagement and a lot more support. And that's why our team is really focused on this community hub to get folks even more connected and more support. But it's definitely grown, and like you said, it's so important even now to have accurate content out there, and to have the MongoDB community sharing accurate content and accurate responses on Reddit threads or on Stack Overflow, since that's what's being pulled into all these AI.
Amazing. Well, we're out of time, unfortunately, but amazing. Yeah, I know, right? We could sit and talk about community all day because we've both been big fans. But thank you so much for joining me, just to sit and shout about our amazing community members.
Yeah, thanks, Luce.
No worries. We'll enjoy the rest of .local.
Historiquement, donc page jaune, c'était France Télécom. très connu pour les annuaires papier. Mais depuis les années 2000, forcément, avec l'arrivée du numérique, il y a eu le SI qui s'est développé sur Internet. Et donc, au tout départ, la solution, elle était partie sur une solution monolithique. Et forcément, avec le temps, c'est difficile à maintenir. Et il y a eu un changement de stratégie qui s'est opéré vers 2013-2014, où on est passé en architecture microservices. Tout ce qui vient du portail, parce que sous le portail aujourd'hui, on est à peu près à autour de 40 millions de requêtes par mois, donc ça est au classement WebPerf des 50 médias les plus visités en France. On est 14e au niveau perf. Alors au tout début, quand on avait passé l'architecture microservices, on était toujours on-prem, on avait un data center là où on travaillait, dans le local. Et ensuite, il y a eu une autre révolution qui arrivait plus tard avec le passage dans le cloud. Donc le choix de notre côté, c'est porté sur GCP. Et à ce moment-là, on en a profité également pour migrer les bases de données Mongo qu'on avait on-prem, toujours dans le data center. C'est là qu'on est basculé vers Mongo Atlas.
Ok.
Donc parce que il y avait des contraintes toujours de maintenance des VM, des montées de version d'OS et tout ce qui est autour. On n'avait jamais le temps de le faire, comme souvent.
Le maintien en
Voilà.
condition opérationnelle, c'est pas ce qui fait, ce qui soulève les foules. Hein.
Comme il n'y a pas que Mongo, il y a plein d'autres choses, donc il faut toujours prioriser. Et c'est toujours, c'est jamais facile. Et du coup, on était, je crois, un des premiers, me semble, à basculer vers Mongo Atlas. On était je crois que ça s'est fait en 2019, il me semble.
Ok. Puis avant le Covid, c'était bien.
Oui, c'est ça. Tout à fait. Ça faisait moins de ça à gérer. Tout était parti dans le cloud. C'était bon. Voilà. Et puis après, du coup, on a mis en place Terraform pour faire le suivi des infrastructures, de l'infra. Et donc sur Terraform, ça nous facilite avec Mongo Atlas en fait. On a juste à mettre à jour des configurations, d'appliquer les commandes et ça se met à jour automatiquement. C'est un peu la magie Mongo Atlas. Et tout ça sans interruption de service. Alors il y a plusieurs bases de données. Il y a déjà toutes les bases tous les professionnels déjà sont stockés dans Mongo. Ça représente 4 millions de pros.
Quand même.
Avec beaucoup de diversité au niveau de la data, parce que forcément un médecin, un plombier ou toute autre activité, c'est pas du tout les mêmes choses qu'on affiche. Donc, il y a cette partie-là, les pros. Donc c'est ça. Et c'est sur ces données.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the podcast session at MongoDB.local London. Here with me, I have Chris, who is a member of the Spring Data team. Hi Chris.
Hi.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Chris, as you just mentioned. I'm a member of the Spring Data team for quite a while now. I think I've been doing this for 11-ish, 12 years now.
Wow.
So quite a while on the project, and still happy to be there and work with the MongoDB database and hopefully providing the best experience to Java developers out there.
Yay! Okay, so how do you get to be a member of the Spring Data team? Because that's a very long time. That's over a decade.
Yes, absolutely. So actually, I've met the founder of the Spring Data project at our local Java user group. I think it was in like 2011-ish or so. And I was actually so impressed by what the data team provided back in the days for the Java developers that I took the Spring Data MongoDB implementation and as an inspiration and created a Spring Data implementation for a different data store on my own in my free time and contributed that back to open source. And that's basically how I got in touch with the broader Spring team and eventually later on got hired by them.
Oh, that sounds so good. Honestly, most people know about Spring Boot and then they get to know Spring Data or vice versa. What is Spring Data for people who don't know?
Well, Spring is this huge ecosystem that powers applications across the globe since over 20 years by now. And then there's Spring Boot, which is obviously the main entry point to developing these Java applications. Well, the data project really aims at bringing this not uniform, but comprehensive patterns to different data stores, so to MongoDB. So once you understand the pattern, what we are doing, like this repository layer of ours that follows the domain-driven design pattern, and you get what you're doing there, like following the pattern of naming your methods within the repository, then obviously it becomes pretty easy. And we back it for you and just try to make the integration with MongoDB for Java developers just seamless for them. So that we really aim to be the best place to work with MongoDB from a Java application perspective. That's the main goal.
Nice. So could you highlight how MongoDB incorporates Spring data into the Spring ecosystem?
Well, there's actually the two angles that we have. Like Spring Boot is the main entry point, obviously. So Spring Boot comes with auto configuration. So it helps you spin up your application faster by looking at what's on the class path, what properties did you set, and then it helps you spin up the MongoDB Java client and just connect to your database. And from there on, you can just go ahead and use it and work with the driver itself and the document model, which is perfectly fine and works great. And then we have this additional project that sits on top of the driver, just a thin layer, and that's Spring data, actually. And we help you with just mapping your documents into actual Java domain objects. So like you may have a document that represents a user with the username and all that stuff, and we translate it into Java user object that has properties that you can work in the Java world. And of course, we do all the resource management for you. Like if you want to work with transactions and stuff, we take care that the transaction is started accordingly and then committed or rolled back if you're using that.
Nice. On to that point, I know there's been some collaboration between the MongoDB Java drivers team, and then you did mention transactions, so you have to tell us about transactions now.
Yes, absolutely. So back in the days, I think it's like transactions have been here for MongoDB like for 7 years. It's like ages already. And back in the days when they were first introduced, we closely collaborated with the MongoDB Java drivers team to just make sure that we bring the best experience to the Java developers out there. And we have a really long-going relationship with them. So it's really great, and I love the MongoDB Java drivers team because they think about what they are doing. So they have a consistent API, they keep it stable, which is so great. So you can go from one driver version to the next without breaking the application. And that really helps us a lot because we can upgrade and then go on without having to refactor internally. So
that is really good to hear. And there's also a part on curable encryption. Could you also highlight that?
Yes, of course. That's a more recent collaboration that we had with them. Like we worked with, when Reliably encryption came up, we had already ECS FLE support, and we wanted to integrate it. And Reliably encryption is a little bit different, so there were some certain knobs we had to turn to make it work, and so we worked with Joel and the drivers team to just make sure that when you want to use Reliably encryption with a Spring-powered application, that it just works for you after you configured everything correctly.
Okay. Oh, nice. So, based on what you just said, rolling back to that topic of Spring data and Spring Framework being the entry point for most people, in simple words for people who are now getting to know about it, the Spring Framework is a framework, and then the Spring data is the layer that sits on top of it. Right?
Yes. So the framework is basically the IOC container and version of control, and it does many more things like transaction management and stuff. And then we got Spring Boot, auto-configuring your client, and then once you have the client and the framework underneath, then you add this tiny mapping layer that just helps you get to what you want to do. Like it can get you 80% of the way, I'd say normally, with what you want to do. And maybe for like 20%, you need to refer to the driver, like high performance bulk operations. That's stuff that really goes best with the driver itself because it's faster a little bit, if that matters to you.
Nice. So looking back at the last decade or a little more since you've been working closely with it for a very long time, what is the next thing or the future for this project? Because I know there are different changes. I also saw the change logs on the documentation, which is out there, and I see the different blogs highlighting the changes, the releases and all that. What is the next step? What is the big thing we should be looking out for?
Well, so for we have a release upcoming this November, so folks, things might change as we talk about it, so please keep that in mind. But what we're doing, we're simplifying how to do vector search. Like previously you had to spell out basically the entire aggregation stage. And we thought we could do the better. So we added a dedicated annotation that takes away the spelling out of the aggregation stage, which helps in some points. And then what we saw recently, a trend in the Java ecosystem at whole that focuses on runtime performance, especially application startups. So we've seen like Project Crack taking snapshots. We've seen raw VM native images, like compiling and condensing stuff. And recently it's Project Laden and the AOT cache that's come up with improvements. Like when you look at the Java application, there's a lot of ceremony before your code gets executed at some point. True. So it's like class loading, and then you do all the linking stuff and then interpret and whatnot. And so there is a dedicated improvement that came with Java 24 already, which is called AOT cache. And that one can analyze your application and then spin it up faster. And so we thought, well, since it looks at the application, what if we shift stuff that we do normally at runtime, like creating a proxy around the repository interface and whatnot, if we shift that to the build time. So what we're doing now is we create a dedicated implementation. So you add a build step and enable it, and then we take the repository that we see during the build and turn it into actual source code that we then ship together with the artifact, which has two major benefits. First, it's debuggable, because you right now you can see what is executed and you can put a breakpoint in and step right through it, and you'll see what happens before it's been proxies all around and framework code that supports multiple applications, and that might have been a nightmare for some users, frankly. And the other thing is, since we're generating source code and then compiling it, we can put that stuff and give it to the JVM to analyze it. So the JVM then knows already about the application, about the repository implementation at startup, and then just is way faster because it's already linked and loaded and stuff like that. So that's nice. By simply doing this, your MongoDB application will be way faster to start up and then be more efficient because it takes less memory. Because we can bypass some steps.
But that means that the addition of the build step is what is causing this?
Yes.
Okay, and for large intensive applications, right? Does this have a negative effect?
No, absolutely not. It's like, it's a trade-off, I'd say.
Yeah.
Like, you shift, the computation doesn't go away, right? So you just shift it. What you typically do at runtime, you just shift it to build time. You invest a little more time in your build that is automated, hopefully. And then what you gain is faster startup and more efficient application runtime. It works. And what you can do, if you're unsure, there is a flag. So you build it once, and then you start the application either with or without the flag, and depending on it, it will just do what it normally does, or use the pre-generated files and be a little faster.
Nice. So I know with the future of Spring Data, there's also some mention of making vector search support easier.
Yes.
Yeah, so could you just highlight that?
I think I mentioned it before, but we added this dedicated annotation that helps. I know vector search and the aggregation stage requires a lot of parameters, like the number of candidates that you want to consider next to the limit that you get back, and things like that. And we try to help developers a little bit with that as well. So if you don't set like the number of candidates, but you set a limit, then we can basically reason about the number of candidates based on the MongoDB documentation, which just states the number of candidates should be 20 times the limit. That's from the documentation, so we can reason about that and put it in for you if you haven't defined it upfront explicitly.
Okay, so that's done by default, right? If that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Or, okay.
So we try to default, if you don't provide parameters, we default them for you based on what's reasonable.
Great. That's so much to ingest about what Spring Data is bringing on and also working with MongoDB. It seems like a very good couple. I mean, those two things happening together. And yeah, thank you so much for being here and sharing so much of your insights with us. And we're looking forward to what comes up in Spring Data. Hopefully, a lot of changes that helps developers happen and we get back with more questions or more insights. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Thank you too. Have a nice day. Bye, everyone.
I'm Christian Mastrodonato, everybody in UK calls me Chris. I work in a wider LexisNexis solution group, in particular for the ICIS business. ICIS is a business intelligence company, it's a data services company, and we focus on providing basically data of different kinds for different kind of actors in the commodity industry, up-to-date market information, market trends, forecasts, and so forth.
That must put a certain amount of pressure on the back-end systems that you use. Give me a bird's eye view of what the IT estate looks like for ICIS, and then we'll drill down into some of the more exciting things you're working on.
Sometimes I actually joke that this sort of industry is not really about big data in an actual storage sense, but is more about the quality of the information that you manage. In general, our data is very mixed. So we have a lot of numerical data, as you can guess, mainly prices, of course. We deal a lot of prices and what we call fundamental data. But we also have a lot of content because we have editors, journalists, doing research, talking to people all the time. And so what makes ICIS special in this sense is having quantitative and qualitative data that you have to match all the time. And using documents in MongoDB has been very beneficial.
What are you building on MongoDB?
I would split it up into two major areas. One, which is our core business, really about managing the content. So, and we are moving towards a micro front-end architecture for all our web channels. And MongoDB has been fundamental as a persistent layer for all these new transformation of our web applications. And the other side, which is more explorative, is around our new generative AI interface, which is called Ask ICIS, which recently launched in production. In that case, we use MongoDB as a vector database for basically what is a RAG application. The key point for us was let's get in front of the customer as soon as we can. So in that sense, we basically leveraged Azure Cognitive Services Stack plus MongoDB to just get out of the door as soon as we could a chat interface to our customers. Most of the value you're getting is just having customers putting a real question every day into the system. And that's really helping us to understand how the user experience is going to change. Because I think when it comes to RAG and Gen AI application, the real transformation is in the user experience and how our customer interacts with our data, which is completely different as it was before.
What is MongoDB like to work with as a non-engineer myself?
The conversation we usually have is basically the speed of transaction. And in that sense, the data quality you want to ensure. When we move closer to slow-moving data that we want to ensure very high quality, especially at the relationship level, of course, we still to go towards SQL. But when we go closer to the customers, and therefore transaction speed starts to become important versus, I would say, enforcing the quality of your relationship in general data models, MongoDB is becoming sort of a default choice for us. We just tried it. It worked out of the box, and that was it.
Yeah, what are your development priorities over the next year?
One area for us where, again, MongoDB is definitely a core element is this transformation of what all of our content creation workflows, which are enabled by web channels because our content creators, they need to access via web system. Then the other priority is around improving the structuring of what we call the central lakehouse structure. The more we can focus on the data quality and in general, the quality of the data model and the way we exchange data across all the state, the more rapidly we can spin out new application. And especially when it comes to Gen AI, you clearly see the typical computer science rule, garbage in, garbage out. And then these are sort of two foundational elements. And then on top of that, we are what we are calling at the moment the AI factory, building a set of tools where we can easily spin out new AI application.
What do you think you need to do to make that AI factory kind of most effective for the business? What processes are you still refining there to build replicable, easily deliverable AI applications? What do you think still needs a little fine-tuning?
We need to make still certain steps to structure very well the data dictionary in general, the data mesh as a clear domains and bounded context to basically access data in a structured way with the quality that you want. So that's definitely going to be a step. And then the other element is set up a set of tools available to our internal users to build these applications. And Gen AI is one of those, but we're thinking, you definitely want to go beyond that. For example, one of the areas that we are exploring a lot is knowledge graphs, which we believe is going to be a core element and also possibly a competitive advantage to being able to build our own knowledge graph and being able to structure it in a way that can be automatically accessed. We believe is going to be a big change.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the podcast desk here at MongoDB.local London. I am Luz Carter, and I've got the pleasure of saying that I'm joined now by Zidane, who is a Chief Partner Architect at Microsoft and a MongoDB Champion. So first of all, welcome, and second of all, just want to introduce yourself a little bit. Introduce yourself and just tell people more about what you do.
Yeah, so my name is Zidane, and thanks for inviting me, Luz, for this discussion. I've been working with MongoDB. I'm currently work for Microsoft for the last 3.5 years, always on the partner side, in the partner organization, partner architect. I spent 3 years working with MongoDB, building the relationship, co-sell motions, and getting kind of our teams to know more about MongoDB. That's why I consider myself a MongoDB SME within Microsoft. In addition to that, I also a MongoDB Champion for the second year. And I do this for the community. It's kind of a payback to MongoDB as well. My story goes MongoDB back to 2009, 2010. Wow. Yeah, financial crisis time. I still remember it. But it was a kind of a time where I wanted to get out of my comfort zone. Back then, Node.js, JavaScript, MongoDB. It's like, the new kid on the block. I just went out, just learned about it, joined the GitHub community back then. And just started learning about it. And then in 2013, I got a contract with one of the financial institutions, Japanese banks in the city. And I had a very good manager who said, what do you want to try out? I said, okay, let's try MongoDB. He said, what is MongoDB? I said, it's a new thing, but it fits, a data warehouse. It has a very flexible, document schema. And he was very supportive. We went on to transformation project 5 years really. MongoDB in production. I put in production in a bank, an investment bank, in 2013, before the company even existed. And I went on to another clients as well in the city. My background, 20 years, financial services, working in the City of London, and I joined Microsoft. That job on the partner team was specifically for someone who is very expert in MongoDB and who can help Microsoft teams as well as the partner team. So here I am. So yeah.
Amazing. And kind of what would you say is your favorite topic or specialty when it comes to kind of Microsoft and the MongoDB partnership? Because there's so many different spaces where they can integrate.
I'm all about data. I spent my whole life, I'm a developer, but I predominantly, build data platforms. Data is the most abused assets in many organizations, and everyone touches it, but not many people care about it. And I used my consulting career as building data platforms. MongoDB was a backend database, REST services, Node.js, running JavaScript. It's all good. And then when I joined Microsoft, I got the MongoDB background. It's really good, but it was really kind of a great opportunity to know more about the Microsoft products and how it can work with partners and then in my side is how it's going to work with MongoDB as well. And recently, I kind of had a new role in Microsoft, which is now I'm championing as well, Microsoft Fabric, which is it's the data platform. That really with Microsoft Fabric, you can do everything from data engineering, data science, analytics, reporting. Most people know Power BI, but Microsoft Fabric, Power BI is just one side. You got all the analytics, you got all the data science that you can do in Microsoft Fabric, and a lot of the developers even in the conferences, they really not really aware of how MongoDB can fit with Microsoft Fabric. And mirroring is one of the features that we enable for integration with our partners. We have mirroring, it's an open source project, mirroring for MongoDB. And today I want to talk about a new feature as well in Microsoft Fabric, which is Fabric Data Agents, in a way that how, if you ask any developer, you have a collection of 1,000 records, 100,000 in MongoDB. Do you want to build a chat experience with your Mongo database? The first things I would think about, okay, I'm going to go build LLMs, vectorize the data, create embeddings, build a RAG solution. But with few clicks, literally, you can implement the mirroring for your Atlas clusters, get the data into Fabric with an open mirroring database, and then you just enable the Fabric data agents on top of the replicated data. And the Fabric data agent doesn't require embeddings, doesn't require kind of implementing any kind of custom RAG solution, because it's really understands the schema of the data, and it translates your natural language question into SQL statements. And it's really cool. It's really, really cool. And then you can take this into reporting, generating. You can have the Copilot experience for Power BI, where you don't really need to think about what kind of report you want to build, because Copilot can suggest, based on the data, based on the understanding of the schema that you have, okay, here's some reports, here's some ideas that can give you some insights in your data. And I have a demo today at the Microsoft booth as well, at 3 o'clock. Live demo, so the demo gods hopefully will be with us. I would like to invite everyone to come around.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're here at the event, absolutely go and watch that demo. Kind of for those that can't make it, can't be here in person, can you kind of just give a sneak peek of sort of roughly what it is that it's showing, or maybe kind of describe it in a way?
Yes. So basically, there's two parts of the demo. The first part is basically the mirroring itself and how easy it is to translate the data from a JSON document structure into Parquet format, and then from the Parquet format you leverage the Open Lake, the One Lake data platform from Microsoft Fabric, uploading the Parquet file or writing the Parquet file into your mirror database, and from there you can create shortcuts where you can define semantic models on top of the mirror data. You can create data agents directly on the mirror database. You can create reports either on top of the semantic model, or you can create reports on the tables directly. And the cool thing as well, with Microsoft Fabric, you get the whole suite of Purview, which allows you that you can build derived models on the mirror data. You define the security, the governance, you can create catalogs, and then you can implement a medallion architecture where you can define set of reports, set of semantic models for your end users to consume. But really the coolest stuff is Fabric Data Agent. You literally chat with your data. You throw any question at it, and just because kind of trained to translate from just an English language to a SQL kind of queries that works perfectly on your schema, it really gives you straight answers. You would be amazed how much it is for business users, not developers, can really get insights on data.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it, to think how far things have come in a few short years. Like things like that. Like I've seen people talk about Fabric for quite a while now. I mean, I think I was at an event for Microsoft, the Microsoft AI Tour in New York in January, and I was talking to one of my colleagues about Fabric, and he was actually doing a demo on Fabric. So it is incredible, and I think it's amazing to see the different ways people use it. And like you said, the data agents can really help bring these things along. what would you say if people want to start combining Fabric with MongoDB? What would you say is the kind of the biggest lesson that, or tip that you can give people?
Well, first, to start with Fabric, you gotta get a trial. You get a F64 for 2 months. You can play around, all the features enabled, all the preview features also enabled. The mirroring project is already in open source. You can run it on any virtual machine within your subscription. That will get you the data into Fabric, and then the chat experience itself, you just literally create a new agent and you point to the table. You kind of give it an AI instruction. You just tell the agent what you want the agent to do. You can, for each table, you can kind of define a basic description, or you can, define full-blown descriptions of every single column if you want. And then you can test your agent in Microsoft Fabric, and then you publish it. And the good thing, that when you publish your Fabric data agent, it actually becomes available to consume through AI Foundry, and you can also consume it through Copilot Studios, meaning that if you are a hardcore developer, you want to build your own custom kind of AI orchestration, you can do this with AI Foundry. You can integrate as many Fabric data agents into one big orchestrator agent. Or if you are a business user, if you want to make the data available to end users to create their own flows, you can give them access through Copilot Studio, which comes part of M365 as well.
Amazing. And so I'm a Microsoft MVP, and so I'm a huge fan of all the different things that you can do in Azure with all the different products and stuff. So it's really exciting to hear, like you say, that it combines with AI Foundry and all sorts of things. So it's incredible, yeah. Well, so we're basically out of time now, amazingly.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of .local London and learn lots of new things.
Thank you, and I would like to invite you as well for the AI tour, Microsoft AI tour next week, and for the demo later on.
Oh yeah, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you.
We started with a vision. That vision was, can we build a marketplace that makes it easier for insurers and brokers to do business together? If you look at the way the market works at the moment, there's a lot of individual connections. There's a lot of effort that goes into it from a broker perspective of getting the data to the insurer, and for the insurer to be able to make a decision and be able to get that back to a broker in a meaningful time. All of that is slow and complex. So we started from the premise of saying, can we digitize this process so that there is an easy way for brokers to get information into the system, so there is an easy way for that data to traverse into the multiple insurers that it needs to. When you're working in an industry like an insurance, you can't just say something looks like X or something looks like Y. Neuron is a solution that works inside the commercial market. The commercial insurance market is a huge thing. It's not one thing. So that might be ranging from small businesses who just need to insure a vehicle. It might be enormous organizations who need to insure satellites. When you're dealing with that kind of difference between the goods and services that are being dealt with, you can't just assume that there is a single source of data, single types or sets of data that are valuable. Having a lot of flexibility around the tools that we use. We can't just put in a monolith and assume that that's going to work for the next 20 years. This isn't an internal system, it's a client-facing system, and it is a multi-tenanted system. So we're providing access to many, many different clients, both insurers and brokers. That means that we have to be able to flex. We have to be able to change while still giving access to, for example, older versions of APIs for people who can't move as quickly. So the challenge is always meeting those regulatory requirements wherever they are in the world, and even wherever they are in a given country. If you're in the US, you have multiple different regulations that you have to deal with depending on what state you're in. Meeting those security requirements of your customers' expectation of the data. Also working with the risks, understanding those inherent risks that you're dealing with, and making sure that you are cognizant of and working inside a risk space that you're comfortable. So our strategy has always been to use SaaS technologies wherever we can, because who knows how to run a technology better than the people who've built it. MongoDB itself is pretty unique from a database perspective, because it allows us to store data in that document data store rather than in a relational database. It has the flexibility that we need to deal with all of those different kinds of insurance, those different markets, without having to create a hugely complex, difficult to maintain, difficult to update set of relational databases to solve that problem. If you think you need help in doing some of these implementations, reach out to MongoDB, because our experience is that you get really high quality level of support, you get really good quality direction. They offer that at a reasonable price. And I'm starting to sound a little bit like an advert here, I know that, but genuinely the service that we got from actually asking questions rather than trying to figure it out for ourselves, the difference in the outcomes were stark. Take something that could have taken hours, days, weeks, and you can turn it to something that takes seconds. We started with a vision. That vision was, can we build a marketplace that makes it easier for insurers and brokers to do business together? If you look at the way the market works at the moment, there's a lot of individual connections. There's a lot of effort that goes into it from a broker perspective of getting the data to the insurer, and for the insurer to be able to make a decision and be able to get that back to a broker in a meaningful time. All of that is slow and complex. So we started from the premise of saying, can we digitize this process so that there is an easy way for brokers to get information into the system, so there is an easy way for that data to traverse into the multiple insurers that it needs to. When you're working in an industry like an insurance, you can't just say something looks like X or something looks like Y. Neuron is a solution that works inside the commercial market. The commercial insurance market is a huge thing. It's not one thing. So that might be ranging from small businesses who just need to insure a vehicle. It might be enormous organizations who need to insure satellites. When you're dealing with that kind of difference between the goods and services that are being dealt with, you can't just assume that there is a single source of data, single types or sets of data that are valuable.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the MongoDB podcast booth at .local London. With me, I have Sachin here from Dataworkz. Sachin, could you please introduce yourself?
Very happy to. Firstly, very happy to be here. I'm first time MongoDB Champion.
Yay.
So it's really exciting to be here. The energy is fantastic. The keynote was fabulous. So I'm thrilled to be here. A little bit about myself. I've been in the industry a really long time.
Oh, okay.
So I've been through a bunch of transformations in the industry, starting from the early internet days, the cloud, and for the last decade in various aspects of the AI waves going through the industry. The past 6 years ago or so, I founded a startup that focused on practical adoption of ML AI technologies for large-scale anomaly detection, specifically focusing on enterprise use cases.
Oh.
And in the last couple of years, I've been with Dataworkz, where I've been focusing on the implementation, architecture, and adoption of AI technologies for Dataworkz. Initially focusing on the retrieval augmented generation retrieval pipeline, the query pipeline, focusing on best practices, powering our no-code RAG builder. And over the last year or so, I've been heads down focused on implementing and architecting our agent framework. Again, focusing very much on enterprise use cases.
Yeah, okay. So based on that, from what you've said, there's so much talk about agents, right? So what are agents and how are they used for people who don't really understand AI automations and processes?
So there have been a lot of definitions of agents, and it's kind of evolved into basically a system that involves an LLM that perceives and reacts to things, and then you basically give it a bunch of tools that allow it to interact as in change things in its environment or even query things in its environment. At the very base level, that's what it is. Fundamentally, it has the ability to reason. You give it a problem, it will basically reason on the problem, and then given a set of tools, it will create a sequence of tool calls that allows you to solve the problem. That's fundamentally what an agent is. Now, it can get very sophisticated just on this basic building block, and our job is to enable that sophistication as easily as possible.
That's great. That's where the AI automation comes in from Dataworkz. So for those who also may not understand, can you kind of give a simple use case of how Dataworkz and MongoDB come together with the business process?
Oh, sure. So MongoDB is very widely applicable database for a number of different use cases. So, it's been designed, especially in the, this was mentioned in the keynote as well. It's becoming an AI first model. MongoDB is adopting AI in a very big way. So there are plenty of use cases in our own customer adoption. I see fundamentally, it's a wide set of use cases, but if you kind of categorize them for the sake of this conversation, the first category could be an evolution from retrieval augmented generation RAG-based systems, which originally were information retrieval on steroids, but not situationally aware. But with something like Mongo and an agent framework like Dataworkz, you can actually create agents that are capable of a lot more. So starting from something simple that basically answers maybe answers questions on employee handbook specific to an employee, all the way up to, for example, we have and I think it's a mutual customer that has a financial advisory team. And we have an agent that powers the first level access to that team. So if you have a customer facing agent who's asking you questions, we have an agent that builds, it consumes several years worth of advisory communication between that team and the agents, the customer agents. And also product information, knowledge bases, documentation, brochures, and puts it all together. And then provides a very sophisticated example of the first category. The second category, again, can leverage Mongo at various levels. And I'll give you an example of that. Is actually, interestingly, is driven by customers coming up with internal ideas on how to automate and make things more efficient. So I call them like operational efficiency. An example there, something that we're working on is a customer who is automating invoice processing using agents. So imagine that an invoice comes in as an unstructured PDF. It then gets converted from our ingestion pipeline and sits inside a Mongo database as structured text, as a document that you can now query. So you can now have an agent that queries the invoice coming in and queries the timesheet systems, and then bubbles up only any discrepancies. Everything used to happen manually before, and now it can all happen via agents.
That's a very good use case.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a very good use case. So what are some best practices in prompt engineering to ensure that we get accurate and reliable outcomes?
So the way we design our agents is fundamentally to provide a set of instructions that allows our agent to execute the way you want it. Now, we've done a lot of the heavy lifting and we've done a lot of the abstractions of the agent patterns behind the scenes, so our customers don't have to learn all of that and they can focus on their problem, they can focus on solving the issue. So firstly, I recommend that you start with something very simple, and the simplest thing that works, at least in our case. And if you are actually building an AI agent yourself, not using Dataworkz, and you're asking about our learnings with respect to building that out, given the time, I think the biggest bang for the buck that I have seen is basically constructing a prompt that is a feedback loop, wherein if you're getting structured output from an LLM, then you create a situation where you are validating every bit of that output that you can validate structurally, semantically. And if the LLM is failing that validation, then you retry the same prompt. But now you add in the previous output and all the validation. And then you tell the LLM that, hey, this is what I want you to solve, but this is what you tried the last time, and this is why it didn't work. So what that gives you is a dynamic prompt that helps the LLM fix itself. It's a self-healing prompt. And this is extremely powerful. I mean, especially in the beginning when your prompt's not hardened and you're seeing new inputs that you haven't really maybe taken care of. This enables you to recover from that. And then there are a number of different additions you can do on this, like track every single time it retries. So you can look for common patterns and fix your prompt doing that.
That means that in this case, there's going to be the introduction of rule sets, right?
No, in this case, it's more about giving feedback to the LLM that this is what you produced and this is why it's not correct. But your question about tool sets or extending it, there's another aspect of what we do.
In AI automation?
In AI automation.
Okay.
Especially for reliable business processes.
Okay.
Where we see a very big opportunity where a lot of enterprises, whether they're AI first or existing established enterprises that have business processes, there's a lot of opportunity at the touch point where the business process connects with the world. Take an example of an insurance company that is doing claim processing.
Okay.
Claims can come in through many different mechanisms. You can have a conversation that you had with an agent and the transcript comes in, or you could have filled a form on the website, or you could have chatted with a bot and then submitted your claim. Now, before it can actually start processing, there are a number of different steps that happen, including collecting documentary evidence on whether your claim is valid or not valid. And that can be a number of different conversations with the claimant and the agent. By agent, I mean the person collecting the information. There is decision-making to be made whether the policy coverage includes what is being claimed. There are scoring and there is routing and classification, a number of different manual steps today, a lot of which can be augmented by agents.
Okay.
However, the requirement there we see is that it needs to be a reliable business process, a reliable agentic solution. And how in the beginning we talked about agents doing reasoning for every question that comes in.
Yes.
We see an opportunity to split the reasoning from the critical path of execution. And the reasoning, if you can imagine that the reasoning output of an agent can be encoded in some form, then instead of having the reasoning happen every single time, you take the encoded structure and then execute that in the critical path. Now, what that ensures is that, and this is one of the frustrations with agents, is that your instructions are a little dependent on how the agent interprets them. And you can therefore get agents that are not reliable. And by not reliable, I mean they're not repeatable. They might do something different the second time they see an input because of some other variable in the system. But once you've encoded the reasoning and you think that's what needs to happen, you get a deterministic system.
Okay.
And you now, no matter what input you give it, it will execute that. And it's not to say it's a simple system. I mean, it can connect a bunch of LLMs and other agents and be a pretty sophisticated system, but it'll orchestrate all of it reliably and repeatably.
Okay, that's a really interesting insight. Now, to one of the things that we see more in software, and which is, is also in AI, is the topic of AI architecture, right?
Yeah.
So with this one, how is it done in practice? How are things mapped out? How are structures and components put together or developed to make sure that the applications or the automation tools or processes that are created are reliable and scalable? Yeah.
So in our case, because we're trying to abstract out, it's a fantastic question, and there's a lot that goes into it, especially when you're trying to, in Dataworkz, for example, trying to abstract out the complexities of building out an agent. And what you're targeting is that it be described in a short instructions in English, and then we do the heavy lifting. So our architecture there needs to enable, and we don't want to build trivial toy agents. We're trying to build enterprise agents, right? So we are trying to incorporate best practices in terms of agentic patterns, whether it's prompt chaining or parallelizability or any of those, or multi-agent architecture. So in order to create that, one of the biggest issues with scale, especially in agents, is being able to solve the problem of managing context. So we leverage a mechanism in which we generate a plan for execution, and then that allows us to optimize what goes into the context for the final answer. So any intermediate tool steps we skip. So only the tools that contribute to the final context is what goes in. That's a great way of reducing the context. Other things that we do is create placeholders that allows us to not populate the context, but just refer to it using a marker. This is an ongoing area of research all over. There are some excellent techniques that are being tried out. We are trying out mechanisms where it's a metadata-based context where the LLM queries whatever it needs versus us populating everything in advance. But it's a large conversation.
Yeah.
This is an aspect of it.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing all this with us. And it's great to have you here. And hopefully we get to have more of these insights.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thank you all for watching.
Some people might just say, this is pretty crazy. Why don't you just use a managed service in the cloud, right? Why is your group not doing that?
At the beginning, everyone was like laughing at us. And now they take us much more serious.
Richard, could you tell us what Stackit is?
So Stackit was till the 1st of September this year, 2024, part of the Schwarz IT. And Schwarz IT is the monopolist IT service provider for the whole Schwarz group. And they are providing from data center capacity, hardware, to the operating system, backup solutions, databases, up to SAP systems, up to operations in the cloud, everything that's needed for all the divisions inside of the Schwarz group. And now external partners are able to use our services inside of Stackit. The next question maybe will be, why does a retailer create their own cloud? And with that, we have to go back to the point of sovereignty. For us, it's important to know who has access to our data. We want to ensure that only we are able to operate and to know who is accessing our data. Independence is a pretty important part in the Schwarz group. We want to be sovereign. We don't want to rely on other hyperscalers, because at the beginning they give you cheap prices, but after you have moved a significant workload on their clouds, the way out is pretty challenging. But on the other hand, the cloud vendor, that hyperscaler, is able to define your prices.
Let's lift the lid a little bit on that cloud. I mean, you mentioned at one point in your career you were a DBA, for example, and there's terabytes of data that's coming in from your internal customers. What does this cloud environment look like? What kind of platforms are you using? What kind of databases? Perhaps you could give me a little top-level overview of the environment.
In general, we are dividing at Stackit into two areas of databases. Partner databases and our homemade databases that we have developed and produced by our own. So, for example, a homemade database is, of course, the MongoDB Flex, or PostgreSQL Flex, and our newest database type, SQL Server. And besides that, we have also partner databases like MariaDB. And customers are able to choose their databases. Our homemade databases, they are created on Kubernetes, and everything runs on our OpenStack environment. We have several big topics already running on MongoDB, and it's growing. And one example is our automated ordering of food for the Lidl stores. So every store has their opening and closing times. And a Lidl store has like 2,000 or 3,000 different units of stuff that they are selling in the stores. And during the night, inside of Stackit, we are calculating how much sausages we have to provide to that store, to this store, and everything. And this runs for 11,500 stores parallel, and logistics has to execute what is proposed. So we have really a short time where my colleagues from Autodispo are able to calculate the data. And so they need to have a reliable and performant environment. And this is what we are providing them with MongoDB. 2 years ago, I was collecting feedback about how is your experience inside of the Schwarz IT with MongoDB. And our developers to have experience with Oracle, with Postgre, with SQL Server, with different types of database technologies. And the answer of them was they love MongoDB because they never had any trouble with that. And so far, since that time, I didn't have any bad feedback. And if I don't get bad feedback, I'm good to sleep and have a silent night. Yeah. MongoDB is so easy. I'm pretty sure I could teach it to my smaller son, he's 8 years old, why to use MongoDB. Because MongoDB gives with flexibility everything that you need. In the morning you enter your company, you have the idea to create an application and you think this is the best application ever. And then you start to think about, okay, what do I need? And I need one more field and I have to exchange this field and everything. Everything is flexible inside of MongoDB. If you do it on a relational database, you have to think about, okay, I have that table, these columns. Oh, I need another table. I have to get connected them. Oh, when my data is growing, I need more indexes. Of course, MongoDB needs also indexes, but it's much easier for the customer. And you are not in that tight setup like relational databases. And this gives you really the flexibility by building your application in a fast way.
Hey everyone, so welcome back to the podcast desk here at MongoDB.local London. I am Luz Carter and I'm very excited to say that I am joined by Marcus, who I've worked with as a guest author for a long time now. So Marcus is the Managing Director and Cloud Architect at Savantage Software. So hi Marcus, welcome.
Hi,
Tell us a bit about yourself and what it is that you do.
Yeah, I'm a cloud architect. We have a company of my own. We have, we do mostly cloud.NET projects, and yeah, if we can, we use MongoDB, and we like to use MongoDB very much.
Amazing. So obviously these days you're a MongoDB Champion, and we can come on to talking about that later, but it just shows the amazing contributions that you've made kind of to the community and the things that you've done with MongoDB. So can you tell us a bit about your history with MongoDB? Like, I'm sure it probably goes back quite a long way, and I'm sure you've done lots of amazing things with it.
Yeah, I started out with MongoDB in 2019, so it's been a while. And I was really sold on MongoDB as soon as I saw the flexible data model. As you can see on with my gray hair, I've had plenty of trouble with other database management systems before, so I'm very happy to use MongoDB now to have the flexibility of the data model, and yeah, it's just easy to use and easy to go forward.
Amazing. So what would you say has been probably your favorite project that you've done with MongoDB?
My favorite project is a software as a service project that collects data from various endpoints, stores it in a database, and prepares it in a way that the user can make decisions on, that the user can analyze, and can work on the prepared data.
So kind of, is it made up of quite a few different parts then? Sort of, you say sort of analytics, like, does it take advantage of some of the MongoDB tools like the Power BI integrations or other things like that, or is it very much separate with just MongoDB as a database?
So the main part is MongoDB as a database, and that's the core part, and that's where the data is stored and where it's processed, so that's the heart of the thing.
Amazing. So you obviously have been, I know from, like, we've been writing articles together for 2+ years now, which has been amazing. So obviously you're a C#.NET developer like myself, which is why we've worked together, and it's been amazing. And sort of, if anyone that's watching or listening is a .NET developer, you'll know that there's kind of two ways to interact with MongoDB. With .NET, you can either use the Entity Framework Core and the Entity Framework Core provider that went GA last year for MongoDB, or the driver itself. Which one do you prefer, shall we say, or which one do you have the most experience with?
So, Entity Framework Core provider is a good way to start out. I actually prefer using the driver as it is, because it lets you embrace the data model or create the data model in a more MongoDB way,
yes,
to put it in like this.
Amazing. So obviously we talked about you becoming a guest author and us writing things together. How did that come about? Like, what inspired you to become a guest author, and what kind of your favorite things to talk about?
I'd like to talk about how to use MongoDB with C#. I have a long history with C# going back to the beta days, almost 25 years now. And for me, it was very good to use MongoDB because it was so easy, because it was very natural to map your POCOs, plain old CLR objects, to MongoDB documents, and you could prepare your data just in the way that you needed it, and that was the thing that got me hooked.
Yeah, and I know from working with you, obviously, on these articles, you've done a lot of things like aggregation pipelines and more advanced topics, and I must admit I've learnt things from you every time, because I always say when I joined MongoDB 4.5 years ago, I wasn't necessarily writing C#.NET content that much, but I was also very new to MongoDB. I'd never used it before I joined the company in 2021. And so for me, I've learned a lot from your articles because I've not been exposed to it as much as a developer. And so I've really enjoyed working with you on these articles. And obviously this year you became a MongoDB Champion. Kind of how did that happen, and what made you decide you wanted to accept the chance to be a champion?
Thank you very much. So I love the MongoDB community, and it's good to be an active part of the community. So I went to various MongoDB events, and it was always good meeting MongoDB staff, the team, and also fellow developers, and yeah, that was the reason for me to put together some blog, and that led to the guest author articles.
Yeah, amazing. So obviously, if anyone was watching earlier, I was chatting to Veronica, who leads our Community Champions program, amongst other things. And one of the things we were talking about was the fact that yesterday and then tomorrow, you've all been brought here to London, around .local London, for this Champion Summit. What's been your favourite part of the Champion Summit so far?
The favorite part was to meet all the other champions. It's a very nice group of people, very friendly people, very knowledgeable, of course, and it was good to be part of that group, and I'm very happy to be here.
Amazing. So, obviously, I guess one of the good parts of being around champions, the developers, and being at events like this is you've all got your different areas of expertise, and obviously yours is C# and .NET. Do you have any kind of best practice tips that you can give people from your experience that you've maybe learned along the way?
So when you're starting out with MongoDB, it's really important to embrace the flexible data model. I can only repeat this because I think it's so important. Also question the rules that you've learned before, the relational database management systems, normalization, no redundancies and that stuff. Question those rules, look into how to form relationships between entities, and also pay attention to the data types that you use when mapping your C# objects.
Amazing. So also you mentioned that you've been using MongoDB since 2019. Kind of what things have you learned, or things that you've enjoyed experiencing with MongoDB over that time? Because obviously 6 years using a product, a lot can change.
Yeah, a lot can change. So I like to work with aggregation pipelines very much. So they are very powerful and are a very good tool to aggregate the data and to really put the data in that form that you need to support your views, that you can prepare the data in a way that you can easily read them and present them to the user.
Amazing. And so I guess aggregation pipelines are very powerful because a lot of people just think about the basics of CRUD and using find and things like that to achieve those basic things, whereas with aggregation pipelines you can do so much more. I struggle to write them sometimes. I must admit, AI like co-pilots and stuff has been amazing for me. But also, have you ever used in Compass? We have our natural language processing now, and I think today we just announced AI assistance in Compass. How have you ever found use things like that to help you write the aggregation pipelines, or have you always been quite old school where you write it manually yourself because you actually know the stuff?
I started out before AI became all the rage, so I know the basic things. Sometimes I ask an agent to put together an aggregation pipeline, and I double check with the documentation that is pretty rich. Usually I find my answers there. And also, speaking of C#, the link integration is very helpful and allows to do many tasks without having to dive deep into aggregation pipelines.
Yeah, I must admit, I was actually writing some C# code today for aggregation pipelines, and it was nice to be able to take advantage of link and just say and, or, equals, all those things. That's just so nice to have compared to other languages, or at least that's what I think, but maybe we're biased and C# is the best language.
Yeah.
But yeah, aggregation pipelines to me, sometimes I only spend, because I'm always putting together code samples for developers, for example, and it's always pretty, not basic, because I was writing an article recently on OpenID Connect with MongoDB Atlas and Azure Entra ID, and that was an experience, but I've never had to write anything that complicated, so I can imagine aggregation pipelines can do some insane things. There's probably someone out there that's written video games or something with aggregation framework and pipelines. What's probably the most complicated pipeline you've probably ever written? Is there one of them where you're like, that? Oh wow! I can't believe I achieved that. That's crazy.
Yeah, there were some over the time. I usually use them to prepare the data, to transform them and store them, like pre-materialized views. So. There were some where I filled up some gaps in the data. Set window fields is very handy for analyzing a window of the data, and having aggregations over that small part of a partition of the data. So those come to mind when you think of the complex things.
Yeah, amazing. And like we have to wrap up now. Unfortunately, it's flown by. But definitely, I'd recommend anyone watching or listening that's interested to go and look up your content that we've been publishing together for the past couple of years, because like you talking about Windows there reminds me, you did an article recently that involved Windows and times and calculations, and so it's all, if you're a C# developer or you're just interested, it's great stuff. So thank you very much for joining me today.
Thank you for having the opportunity.
No, it's great, and it's I'm really glad that you become a champion, and we've actually got to meet in person for the first time.
Yeah, I'm very happy about that.
No worries. Well, enjoy the rest of .local.
Yeah, I will. Thank you very much, Liz.
Welcome, my name is Pavel Dukovny, and I'm a lead developer advocate here at MongoDB. Welcome to our weekly AI show where we live code and unfold some of AI's coolest demonstrations. As always, please leave a comment where you're joining from. If you're joining us live, leave a comment, shout out from where you are. Hope you are excited because we have a very nice agenda today. This week, I'm also diving into the low-code world, where we have some very neat new players build platforms to allow almost no code programming to build AI, and specifically AI agents and AI workflows, and integrate that with a bunch of other very interesting and common used tools. So today we'll be using N8N. Okay, so this is N8N, is widely used by a lot of different companies. It has a very nice UI to build those really neat workflows. It allows us to actually onboard and begin exploring for free for the first 14 days. So you can actually build some really great POCs and see how they work and implement that into your applications. Obviously, I've registered and I've played around here with some of the workflows. We're going to touch that in a minute. But the nice thing about the N8N is a very nice documentation, which allows you to easily understand how you can build the workflows, how you can use already pre-built stuff that they've shared. There's also things that you can use from the community. So there's a lot of plugins and a lot of great workflows that you can reuse. And the nice thing, they also have a very neat documentation on how you can contribute and how you can build your own components and your own workflows. So obviously we are from MongoDB, so they have this nice integration built in to use MongoDB. So there's something called the MongoDB node, and it requires this MongoDB credentials, which is basically the connection to our cluster. And we're going to be using Atlas for this demonstration, but it can connect to a variety of MongoDB instances. And it is able to perform the following operations up to date. So like aggregate, delete, find and replace, insert, update, right? So we can build on top of MongoDB, on top of the main CRUD operations, which we have support for. This is what we're going to use. Unfortunately, there is still no native or even community support for our vector search, and I'll be working on that pretty soon. I'll be building a community-based vector search integration, and hopefully we can contact N8N at some point and maybe make it official. But this is our Atlas cluster. So to people who are new to Atlas, it's really easy to set up a cluster, right? You just go to your project on Atlas, you go to cloud.mongodb.com, and you basically create a cluster, right? It's pretty easy to just go through the wizard and create your cluster, and it's really nice. And I wanted to make sure that I will see our cluster here. So this is this cluster, and we're going to be using a data set for movies today, right? So we're going to be doing movies, sample, flicks, right? The movies collection. So basically, this pretty known data set where we have a bunch of documents around movies, and we're going to build some recommendation agent for our movies. So that's going to be really cool. So in order to connect to the cluster, I need to do two things. Obviously, I need to allow my network access. So in my case, I just allowed access for anywhere at the moment. just for the ease of connectivity. And also I can grab my connection string by clicking the connect button and just getting a connection for a driver or for Compass, right? So we can just copy that. I already preset that within N8N. So as soon as we log in and we create our first project, we have this home page, right? And within the home page, we can create workflows, which is this tab over here. We can also define credentials. We can define credentials from within the components, or we can define them up front. So if we know we're going to use some specific API, we can just first go here. For example, if we want to use OpenAI, right, we can click on it, do continue, and then we need to place our API key, optionally organization ID, the usual stuff. I've already pre-built an Anthropic account, an OpenAI account, and a MongoDB account, right? So those are all already useful for me. So my MongoDB account is basically my connection string, and I see that the connection is successful. The other ones are my API keys, right? So far, so good. Let's move to the workflows, right? So as soon as we add a workflow, we are hitting this page, right?
Hi everyone, welcome back to the MongoDB podcast booth at .local London. With me, I have two guests, Azri and Kai. Could you please introduce yourselves?
All right, hi, I'm Azri. I'm a lead engineer at Seek Asia, and this is my second year as a MongoDB Champion.
Yay!
I'm Kai Yong, or a Chinese name is a bit complicated, or you can call me Van Dijk. So I'm a full stack software engineer, but not only software engineering, I'm kind of tech generalist, doing kind of everything other than cybersecurity. And this is my first year as a MongoDB Champion.
Nice. It's so great to have you here. I've heard so much about the meetups you guys have been running, and I'm interested to learn more. And also for people who are back there wanting to join, like from certain regions, I would love to know a few more things. So just introducing it, why or what do you guys create? Like, what is the topic of the workshops on? Is it maybe vector search, AI? Like, which ones have you done in the past?
I'll let you start off.
Okay, sure. So the first one that we started is RAG, the IAG process on how they actually build AI agent. Then the second one, we did the vector search because it's more relevant to the first topic.
Yeah.
But apparently we should swap the sequence, but it's fine. As long as people are interested, they will just come. And the most recent one that we did is data modeling. Yeah, something related. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. So on to the topic of AI and the other workshops, how many people have taken part so far? Like, what's the average number of people?
Average, I would say safely 60. But sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. But yeah, it's pretty good, I guess.
Were there certain things that go well? Because today we've had a couple of workshops on vector search, RAG pipelines and all that. Are there any things that you remember that went well, something fun moments, interesting moments, even a moment that you got to learn something new or experimented with something that was from the workshop?
As you want to go first?
Funny moments is probably it's like when we want to start the workshop. Usually we have food first. That's basically how people connect. And then during that time when people are arriving and it's like, hey, I know you. It's like, then we get to know each other, and that's how we connect. But of course, the best moment is when you see people's face light up, when they start to learn to really understand something. And it's really, the goal of having those kinds of meetups, workshops to get people to understand new things, and especially, of course, for us to really understand about MongoDB.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. So what are certain things that you've picked up from the workshops that you've run? Because I know you are going to be on a road show, which I'll get into, but what are certain things that you are trying to improve on or make better in the next workshops?
Improve probably food. And definitely on top of like the completion rate, because the first one it wasn't ideal, at least to me, but it's getting better over time. We like the couple two that we just did, it has like around 90% that succeeded to get the badge.
Wow.
So it's pretty good. But the technique here is we did something pretty interesting where if you complete the badge and you post it on LinkedIn, and that's where make you eligible for the lucky draw in the end of the workshop.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's how we kind of push people to kind of complete it in the end of the day.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that means that in addition to finishing the skill batches, which will be gotten on Credly, because when you take a MongoDB skill badge, you
Yeah.
get to get the Credly badge and put it on LinkedIn as an accomplishment. They are also put in a draw for that. That sounds like a very good idea. Are there other topics that you want to explore or other ways you want to do things different with regards to the workshop? Just in case there are people who are out there who want to also run workshops just like you in their own community, cities or continents, what are certain things they should look out for?
I think for us, we work very closely, with the team in MongoDB that helps the MongoDB user group leaders, the MongoDB champions to provide the guidance to be able to run these workshops, even run these meetups. At the same time, I think for talking about improvements, I think I would take a step back and say that I think we did take the right approach where when we start off these meetups, usually people who are interested are not always, the ones who already are using MongoDB or already very skilled. They come from multiple different backgrounds, might be beginners, might be intermediate. At the same time, for us, the goal is exposure and the goal is understanding. Where whenever they come, we don't say, you must get a badge. We say that when you come, you learn, we learn together, and at the same time, when you leave, we want to give you enough understanding for you to be able to continue exploring later. Because right now, with AI, there's a lot of new stuff to learn.
Yeah.
And it's a challenge for engineers to keep up. Even I have to make extra effort to also keep up with things. And so, the best way to learn is to teach.
Yeah.
And also the best way to learn is also to learn together. Right? So we say that AI is not easy, and you need the right fundamentals to really kickstart that journey learning. And of course, with MongoDB, there's a lot of things being offered on the AI side.
Yeah.
So how do people really start off? I mean, if we always start from the very basics, then people will get bored. If we go super advanced, people will get confused.
Yeah.
So we try kind of start from a middle ground, and then people who are not sure about it, they'll start to gain familiarity with the topics, so that then at the end of the day, they'll go out and be like, okay, I understand these terms now. I understand vaguely how it works. Now I can explore further, and then come to the next workshop. So then you continue the pace of learning, and then that's how you'll continue to improve and also keep up with tech in general.
Honestly, I kind of want to give a shout out to the MongoDB education team.
Nice.
The Skill Badges initiative is really good. In terms of planning and stuff, we already have guidance on the materials as well. So which is what kind of keeps things in quality standards across different cities if you want to do it. And improvements wise, our crowd is really diverse. Right, we have students, we have professionals, regardless they are using it in company or regardless they are not using. But the whole thing here is like what Azri says, get the concepts. So as long as we put the mindset there, everyone wouldn't feel stressed to actually learn it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
that's one of the things that came up with a couple of workshops I've seen, and there tends to be this thing where people who are beginner or intermediate have to go through the docs, and we know the docs serve as a source of truth, especially if you are using, let's say, a third-party thing, or you need to understand a concept and read up on it. You realize that people have to go through the docs, which is linked in the workshops, in order to understand a certain concept or go through even generating keys or passkeys for embedded models. So how do you tackle this? When you start a workshop, you have an idea that we're going to run this for an hour and a half. How do you guys time box? How do you guys execute? Or it just sometimes it runs over? How do you manage these kind of situations?
So I'll echo what Vendik said, where the education team in MongoDB has actually thought about this as well. Like, how do we run the workshops in this amount of time, because we don't have 4 hours or even a day to run a proper workshop. So we run it at most like 2 hours, 2.5.
2 hours.
If we push it to, usually we target 2 hours, and we set the expectation with everyone that for certain parts of the workshop, we're not going to dive super deep.
Okay.
We're going to give just enough familiarity with the topic. And now we have LLMs. It's really giving them the ability to ask their LLMs, their chatbots, their Geminis or ChatGPT, for them to know what to ask and what to continue learning.
Nice. Special shout out to the MongoDB education team then. You're doing a great job. And special shout out to you guys for coming up and still running these things as champions. And we are so proud of you. To round this off, when is the next workshop you are going to host?
I think it's October 16th, but just check on the meetup page, because there are too many events lined up, so I might be,
And you can also check out our MongoDB user group KL page on LinkedIn.
KL page?
Yeah, so MongoDB user group KL.
Yeah.
KL for Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, nice. You see, maybe many people may not have known that. It was really good to talk to you about workshops and finding ways to get hands-on skills and get better, because as you said, tech is advancing, things are moving very fast-paced, and we want to grasp as much as possible so that we don't get left behind or have FOMO. So it's really great to have you. Thank you so much, Azri and Kai, and thank you for watching.
All right, thank you very much.
Welcome to the MongoDB TV podcast live. We are back here again. I'm your host today, Jesse Hall. I'm a staff developer advocate here at MongoDB. Today, we have a special guest. We're going to explore a really creative next generation commerce as code. And this platform is called Storecraft. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome on our guest, Tomer. How are you? Welcome. Thank you for coming on to the show.
Hi, Jesse. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I'm so happy, and I would love to share about Storecraft. My background is I'm a software engineer. I've been creating codes and writing code since I was a little kid. I have a lot of experience with C++ and computer graphics, but also Android development, apps engineering. Mm-hmm. And in the last few years, I've been doing mainly deep learning engineering. Web development is one of it's my passion. Mm-hmm. So I'm eager to show you Storecraft.
Yeah, what you created, that's amazing. Audience, let us know. What are you excited about today? And then what we're going to talk about here is this really neat thing here called Storecraft. I really love the aesthetics of this landing page here. It's amazing. And so talk to us about Storecraft. What high level, what is it?
Storecraft is it's a JavaScript framework to create commerce backends. Commerce backends, it's like a CMS, a content management system where you can upload products, connect them into collections, define discounts, and create a checkout experience. In addition to that, it ships with a dashboard, and you can program everything about it. Most commerce systems, as we know today, like Shopify and WooCommerce, which is a PHP-based system, which they are amazing, but they are more configuration-based. Storecraft takes a different approach on that. Everything is code where you commit to GitHub, and hopefully a CI or CD process pushes your code, deploys your code into the cloud. So if you need a new change in your store, you can just open the IDE, write some code, some scripts, hopefully it won't be a lot, and it will be live. So Storecraft can run everywhere. It can run on any JavaScript runtime. You can essentially put Storecraft inside a browser. You can run it inside a browser even.
Wow.
It is agnostic to the platform. It has every platform that can use Storecraft. You have to implement some sort of an adapter, the way that other frameworks are doing, such as Svelte and Remix, for example. You can connect your own, platform. In addition to that, Storecraft can connect to most storage devices to store images and medias from your online store, and also databases. And the main one is MongoDB, but you can connect any SQL type of database, even cloud ones.
Nice. So I see, get started, NPX, Storecraft, create. It's that easy, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's that easy. So I would like to say a few words on why I created Storecraft.
Yeah. I would love to know how did this come about? Like, how did you even come up with the idea?
So about 2 years ago, my son, which he loves retro games, he trades video games, like really old video games, like 20 years ago type of games. And he built a community around this hobby. And the community exploded with many participants. And he was selling video games, trading video games, and buying video games. And then one day he approached me and said, "Dad, you're a software engineer. Let's create an online store." So of course I told him go to use Shopify and other pre-made solutions. But he decided that he wanted something that was more cost effective for his needs. So I love React, I love JavaScript, and I decided to take the challenge. So this is how Storecraft came about.
And so your son, he's selling these games, and his website is built on this technology that you created. So that's amazing. It's an amazing story of how it came about. But then how did you go from, just creating this code for your son for his website, and then
If you catch my drift.
Hey everyone, so welcome back to the podcast desk here at MongoDB.local London. I am joined now by a very familiar face, the wonderful Afi, who is going to sit and chat with us for a few minutes about the vector search workshop that you're involved in this morning. So I'm not going to say where do you work and what do you do, because everyone should know. But yeah, just talk to us about the workshop that you're involved in this morning.
Yeah, so this morning we had a workshop on vector search, and essentially we're supposed to build models using Voyage AI. And yeah, we sent participants through the whole stages of connecting to your cluster, which most people forgot to do. So in the end, there was errors because the collection was not created, which had to be fixed. So from that part, connect to your cluster and then doing the imports at the top in Jupyter Notebook. So, and I think you probably know that we use Instruct. Also, we could embed Jupyter Notebooks in Instruct, which is a very new thing for me, and VS Code, I hadn't seen it before. So after that import and all that, then we went into getting the models, creating the embeddings. So there was a talk on how to use vector search, what vector search are, and creating the vectors in an array. So there was the first one that was done, the Ben is done for the image, and then next was the text. So in the collection of books, there were books like Harry Potter, there were Greek philosophy books, which was really cool to see. And I think a lot of people love to experiment and talk about it. We also understood what semantic search meant. We also went through certain formulas like Euclidean, cosine, to make people understand why they're using what they're using, because people also wanted to reference the docs, right, to understand how all these things come to play. We also talk about approximate nearest neighbors, ANN, and then the exact one, to help them understand why they're choosing what in the labs. So we finally rounded up when everyone had completed the labs. It was very successful, and we then had the test, because at the end of the hands-on lab, you have the skill badge test, and a lot of people got their badges on Credly, and they ended up getting the MongoDB pins.
Woo, amazing. And I think one of the things I love about these workshops is that they're hands-on, and that we've got them available virtually, and you've got them. We run them in cities all around the world, so you don't even have to be here at .local to take part in them. But they're amazing. So like I say, the skill badges that you can get on Credly, which is like a recognition platform, and you can show them off, or got to catch them all, as I always say. But that's awesome. So what would you say was kind of how did it go? How many people were there? Did you find a lot of problems, or did a lot of people kind of get it really quickly?
Yeah, so as compared to a couple of dev days I've been to, it went a bit faster for me, in my own opinion. There were about, 50 to 70 people in the room. Initially, it was about 20 to 25. Then after 1 hour, people started trooping in. Maybe 30 minutes to 40 minutes, people started trooping in. So you have to get them up to speed with what's already going on, and help them see the slides, and make sure they have the passkey, because that's one of the crucial components. Before you generate the embeddings, you have to get a passkey, which is generated on Voyage AI, the API dashboard. So getting them started with that, and also reminding them to connect to their cluster. Honestly, I couldn't figure out why till I realized that there was no collection there, because it's supposed to be displayed, and I realized, you haven't clicked it. They were like, but it's there. I'm like, you have to click it for it to turn green, not gray. So that was one of the things that, And I think one other thing was import. So you see, when you have cells in a Jupyter Notebook, you need to run each cell one at a time in a very sequential manner. I don't know why, but I saw a few people trying to skip, and I understand maybe it's sometimes long and maybe they're in a hurry, but I had to let them understand you have to go through every single cell, run them, and make sure that your imports are loaded before you go on to the next part of the embedding. So I think, that really worked well.
And I think Jupyter Notebooks, so I discovered that if you run the Jupyter Notebooks in VS Code, for example, you can install an extension that allows you to, it supports .NET and C# as a language in Jupyter Notebooks, so I've become a big fan of them recently because of the snippet concept. But I do have to do a lot of bringing in the library and then making sure to run the setup code each time, because C# obviously is a typed language, so one of the things you want to do is make sure to put in the cell, hey, this is a book class. Actually, we don't want to just do beasts on documents. You want to actually take advantage of the fact that we can do book.title, book.year. So it's amazing. And The other thing I love as well about these kind of AI workshops that we've been running is the fact that MongoDB is such a great platform for running AI, because now that with Voyage AI integration from the acquisition, you can actually not just store your embeddings, but actually generate them all within MongoDB. So you can store the main data, then you can store the vector embeddings, versions of the same data in the same collection or database, and it's amazing. So it's always really good to hear that these kind of workshops are happening to help people learn. And as you mentioned, they're happening in different places around the world. There's always virtual ones. We have webinars and all sorts of things. So it's definitely something to look out for if it's if people are interested in taking part, for sure.
Yeah, and grabbing all those skill badges.
Oh yeah, I think I've got 3 left to get.
Really?
Yeah.
I should get more. I think I have maybe about 6 or 7. I think I would. Yeah, I would.
I think I've got 16 of 19. But hey, people don't need to be like me. I'm just a massive nerd that likes to get the skill badges, because the education team have done an amazing job of building up these courses where it's maybe sort of 60 minutes of watching guided video learning, and then you can just go in and take the skills check at the end. It's 10 questions. You instantly get your results. No, they don't tell you what you got wrong. They just tell you your percentage. So it's important to go back and kind of re-watch the content, because the questions aren't trying to trick you. They're all there. But then you get an amazing skill badge at the end of it that you can show off on LinkedIn.
Yeah, that's super cool, because I mean, in this time and age, you need to show the things that you're learning, just not by reading, but also showing that you went through this course and this test and you're able to pass with a mark. Because I mean,
yeah, amazing. So, I mean, shall we wrap up now? But it was just a really great chance to just come and chat about skill badges and the workshop and vector search.
Sure
and
thing.
It's been amazing. And say, hey, host extraordinaire, high five. High five. Right, well, so we'll be back shortly with another great interview, but hopefully you've all going to go off and learn some skill badges and have a great time.
Yeah, have a good time.
Through all my loves, you said we
Hi everyone, welcome back to the MongoDB podcast booth. Right here with me is Daniel. Daniel will introduce himself and yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Kupal. I've been at MongoDB for quite a while now. I'm going on 12 years very soon. At different jobs at MongoDB, goes from helping the customer to be in the education team, working on internal tools, models. And right now I have the best job ever, best job of my life. I help the strategic customers of MongoDB, so the largest one, the one with growth. We do private events at their site, so a bit like what we have today, but we go on their site and we do the same, like a little bit of customized content for what they need. That would be maybe like a full day of presentations, and then we take the second day and we do design reviews. So we can talk a bit more about that later, but like one-on-one reviews on their projects. And focus on data modeling. We do help on all of other stuff if we can. But the fact that we focus on data modeling is so great for me. I've been working on that field for many years. I love it. I'm passionate about it. And now I have a job where I get to help all the customers on that aspect. So it's best job ever.
Yeah, that's so great. I've seen a couple of your articles on MongoDB.com on data modeling, and I think also the patterns. Right?
Yes, this is all. Yeah, this is all. It started many years ago. I was interested in when I was like doing support with our customers and all that, and collecting information on how we were doing things, how they were like arranging data, element of solution, and had the idea to kind of create new ones, but also just like code the other ones, so we would have this common language. So I did that through presentation and all that, and then after a while we did a series of blogs. So blogs have been there for quite a lot now. I don't know, maybe 8-9 years, something like that. And recently I've put together those schema design patterns inside a book, which I had the occasion to do 2 years ago with other authors, and that was absolutely a great experience. So yeah, this is how it started, those schema design pattern, and then it evolved into like creating a full course, developing methodology, everything related to data modeling. And I was in.
That's nice. That's nice. So, I mean, this could be like, this is a very broad and big question, because when it comes to data modeling, we know for relational databases, you have to spend so much time. There's this meme I saw recently on X where someone posted and said that they spent a very short amount of time, 3 hours or 2 hours, just doing data modeling, and that's it for their database. And someone quoted and said, you will understand soon why senior engineers spend almost 3 weeks or even a month planning and like plotting out their data modeling very well for their databases. So when it comes to data modeling, what are the differences between relational and MongoDB?
It's a very interesting question. I'll try to summarize it. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but most people who've done models for relational database, we learn like formulas to do it. And what's interesting is if I was going to give a problem to a room full of people and ask them what's the model for that, and they would pretty all end up with the same solution. In relational modeling, you have third normal form, and that's it. If you respect those rules, there's like one solution. You have a one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many like relationship, and you know where the data is going to be. MongoDB takes a different approach. First, every like two pieces of information, fields or entities, you always have the option to either embed the information or like collocate the information, or use the same thing as a relational database, which is like have a reference to the other one. So that is the essence of data modeling for MongoDB is, hey, how do I'm going to like establish the relationship between those two pieces of information? The base relationship are the same. You still have to understand if it's a one-to-one, one-to-many, to-many, but you do have more choice for your solution. So what I'm saying is, yeah, you could have more models at the end, so it seems like it's going to be a bit more complex and you have to put more thoughts into it. But the reality while you're doing it also is that application have changed over time. Modern application have new requirements we didn't have in the past. And we want to plan for that earlier in the process of doing the model.
Yeah, one topic or one concept that was a bit hard for me with NoSQL was embedding. And that's something that, it can get very disastrous when it's a lot of data. And I know there are certain trade-offs and bottlenecks you need to consider when modeling data with NoSQL, MongoDB. With all that's being said, what happens when I don't create the best model?
Well, the nice thing about MongoDB, it's much easier to evolve the model. In a relational database, usually schema modification will be done by an alter table. And if you change a relationship from a one to many, it's usually not good.
Yeah.
People may still do alter table, and the model will degrade with time. With MongoDB, we've described through the schema versioning pattern ways that you can do changes without downtime. So you can break out the relationship, make it another way. And the key thing is really, in a relational database, you do have a version for your schema for the entity, for everything together, the entire schema. So when you want to go from version 1 to version 2, it's all the objects that's going to have to adhere to your new shape.
Yes.
In MongoDB, every document carries its own schema.
Yes.
Because we know there's key values in all the JSON, BSON documents, which mean that you can have at a given time, and that given time could be 5 minutes, could be an hour, but in computer time, you can have at a different time objects that have different shapes. And that's going to help you, using that version number, be able to make very complex transition of objects without having to do everything at once, bring the system down, migrate, reformat the data. You don't need to do that with MongoDB. And that should protect you in many aspects. That okay, don't worry if you don't get the exact schema, you can change it with time. Requirements going to change. You don't know how many customers you may have in a year or 5 years. So you have to live with that. And you can still have a clean schema. You don't have to do patches and it's going to look horrible after a while. You can evolve things cleanly. So that's one of my favorite features of MongoDB, is the fact that you can keep things clean. I like things to be organized the right way.
Yeah, the flexibility of making changes without paying so much for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the beginning you mentioned a little bit about design reviews. For people who don't know can you kindly highlight or tell us a little bit about design reviews?
So one of the things we realized, not at the beginning of the company, this is where it was interesting. Data modeling was not that popular when we started. Mostly with startup, they want to get going. But we knew that large organization needed, a little bit more. But really what we realized in a lot of the large organizations that have larger projects is that if they don't have the right data model, it's really where we get the most problems. The application's going to suffer in terms of performance, in terms of maintainability. People don't understand.
Indexes.
So we realized that this is really the most important thing that you have to get right at the beginning. And again, we talk about you can evolve it if things change. It's fine. But, try to have the best solution you can based on what you know today. So in order to ensure that customer will be successful, we offer those design review with the customers. And the review can happen at many stages. You may start the project and you say, hey, this is what I know about the project. This is the number of requests I'm going to get and all that. So we'll do a model with them.
Yeah.
And then they'll get something out of the review. And we're going to really try to pay attention not just to this is a solution, but we want you to understand the question I'm asking to reach that conclusion.
Okay.
So if something changed in your hypothesis, you'll know how to change things in your model.
Okay.
And so you can learn from that. That's really the goal. We want to be sure that you learn. So the next project, you can do it by yourself. That's also very important.
Nice.
But then we have other teams that may be very close to production and they want a reviews like, can you help us here? We're not sure if it's right. Or we just observed that some queries are really slow. Is it related to the query? Is it related to data modeling? We'll let them too. And then there's a final case where you're just starting. Is MongoDB a good choice for this project? And we really, really want to be honest, and we want the customer to trust us on that, that if MongoDB is not the right solution, I will tell them.
Okay.
I don't want them to use MongoDB if it's not the right solution. Because especially in large organization, if they're not successful, other teams, they'll talk to other teams and all that. It's not going to be good for them. I want them to be successful.
Yeah.
And I tell them, be very careful. MongoDB is very addictive. Once you start using it, you get success using MongoDB, you're not going to use a relational database. So that's what we're trying to do, get you started right so you get to that addiction.
Yeah, that's really true, because I realized that most data models or the data modeling concepts really affects how the whole application comes together, how things are structured, how queries are run, indexes are built. So it's one of the most crucial. I feel like sometimes it's often overlooked.
Yes,
Sometimes to some degree, we feel like it's just something we need to check off the list, like maybe create these, understand these relationships and put things in there, create these entities, like create these documents, and then, but yeah. So for people who want to learn more or who want to explore and really get into data modeling, what are some certain places they should look at, or the book?
Yeah, we have many resources. Sure, if you want to make this still my book, the book is good for especially the schema design patterns. I list them, give example, and then it's easy to read. They have them in the back of their mind. They can apply them. And there's the alternative blogs. But the best resource we have is really MongoDB University. And a lot of people don't know the university. They're used to other vendors where everything is paid for. Well, our university is free for everyone.
Great.
Big customer or not, you can go and take classes. And it's really the best place to learn about anything MongoDB. So regarding data modeling, we do have 2 full course on data modeling over there. And if you do them, you're also you can also pass a certification, and that's going to give you this qualified in doing data modeling for MongoDB, for example. But another thing also we started recently this year is badges. So I'm not sure if you interview someone from the education department, but I'll tell what we're doing here. Is very small unit of knowledge. So we may extract 3 or 4 videos from different courses, put them together under the label sharding or the label data modeling. And data modeling, we even have 4 of them. One is about pattern into pattern. Another one is moving from your mind from relational to document. So you do those few videos, or you attend some of our session, and then you have this little exam, which is 10 questions, takes about 10-15 minutes, and you get a badge, and you can publicize it.
Nice.
So we just ran the session. I just came out of the room. I was presenting a classic presentation on data modeling, and there was enough knowledge in it that people should be able to pass, for example, one of the badge. So I give them the QR code. And then but if they want to know more, they can drop at the university booth. We even have computers there. Everything is organized. And again, it's not a proctor exam, so we're going to help you. We want you to just validate that you know things and get you the occasion to share that with other people, the fact that you know some aspects of MongoDB.
Great. Thank you so much for telling us so much about data modeling and letting us go through the process, all to design reviews. Thank you so much for listening.
everyone. So welcome back for the final time to the podcast desk here at MongoDB.local London. I am Luz Carter, and I've been one of the hosts with you today alongside the amazing Afi. So I thought I'd just come sit with you, chat with you all for a couple of minutes. We'll just talk about some of the amazing content that you've seen today. So obviously it kicked off this morning with some messages from our sponsors and some interesting interviews. And then obviously we went into our keynote. And if you haven't watched the keynote yet, it will be available on YouTube. As soon as this live stream ends, you can just go back and rewatch it. It was absolutely incredible. We saw some amazing things, including our work after the Voyage AI acquisition. So we saw an incredible demo that showed how you're able to actually use hybrid search and Voyage AI to look through semantic search in a whole video. So Frank and Makiko were showing that you could type in something like crucible moment or critical moment, and it would still find those moments inside a whole 70-minute video. So it shows how amazing and powerful it is when you use MongoDB alongside Voyage AI to help with your models and your re-rankers and things like that. Then obviously we've had lots of sessions throughout the day. Many of them will become available later. And of course, if you've been sat along with us, first of all, thank you for sitting with us all day. You'll have seen that we've had lots of amazing interviews with incredible guests, talking everything from AI to skill badges, one of my personal favorites, or even just our community champions and our community program. So a huge thank you to all of our guests who joined us, but of course thank you to you for sitting with us as well. So obviously if you were here in .local London, amazing, thank you for joining us. If you were at .local New York a few weeks ago, again, thank you for joining us, and hopefully you've got some value out of this. If you are not based anywhere near London, we have .local events all around the world, so it's well worth keeping an eye out, because you too can go and attend an event and be surrounded by like-minded peers, learn all these new things, see all these amazing things that MongoDB are doing in partnership with our partners, our customers, developers, just amazing technology. As well, in the keynote, we saw the announcement of the AI assistant in Compass, which is going to be amazing. If you didn't see it already, earlier on today, I had the pleasure of interviewing Max, who is the Director of Product Management here at MongoDB, who oversees our developer tools. So he was talking about how it will allow you to have conversations inside of Compass about, explain plans, which give you execution information, make suggestions, talk about the data, talk about improvements you can make, schema discussions, things like that. So many amazing things always being announced all the time, and that's why we love events like this, because it gives us a chance to just show off all these amazing things that we could do. And last but by no means least, we must talk about skill badges. So if you haven't seen already, on MongoDB University, we have these incredible skill badges. So I think we have 19 at the moment, but they increase almost weekly. So they're sort of 60 to 90-minute video courses that you can take. You can then go in and do a skill check at the end. It's 10 questions. As long as you get 80% or above, it will then go on and give you a pass or a fail. If you fail it, that's okay. All the questions, the answers can be found in the video content. So just go back and learn it. But once you get that skill badge, you can then post it to LinkedIn via Credly, which is our badging platform that lots of different companies use. But it means you can just show off and go, do you know what? I know about CRUD with MongoDB, or I know about security, whether it's security in MongoDB Atlas, or local security, or sharding, or indexing strategies. You can really show off your MongoDB knowledge. So definitely take time to go ahead and get a skill badge, or potentially look out for developer days in a city near you where you can go in and have hands-on workshops with MongoDB experts who deliver the content, and then earn a skill badge that you can show off, and potentially even get a pin or some stickers. I'm making no promises, but maybe. And just go ahead and enjoy it. So to all our sponsors, thank you. For those of you that have watched this, then thank you. Anyone that's watching this back later, also thank you. But yeah, hopefully you've all gained some amazing knowledge, and see you all next year, I guess.
Say less, I feel crazy.